Every morning is a beautiful morning, and we wish that you start your day very well and even end it very better. Yesterday, we hope you had a very informative and learned sessions. Taking the event forward on the second day, we begin with the today's session based on writing an effective grant proposal by Dr. Soumya Kanti Ghosh. So I request you to kindly start the session.
Good morning to all of you. Hope you all are ready to get some have the capacity to take more inputs on grant writing. So we will be talking about grant writing today. We will be talking about how to prepare your presentation, how to present your science to researchers in your society, scientific society, or to the committees wherever you want to present your proposal. So let's start with the grant proposal then. Okay. So before we start with the grant proposal, let me give this disclaimer that we are going to talk about in generic what are the points you can keep in your mind while writing a grant, because we all understand that most of you must have had an experience of writing a grant proposal, whether it is for your SRF, whether it is for your postdoc, or whether it is for your own lab running purposes. So we will be touching upon that. We will not be discussing, it is better not to discuss about the nitty-gritties of the evaluation process at India Alliance for India Alliance grants, because that is something we are not we are not supposed to disclose here. But we will try to help you out to understand uh, how well you can present yourself in any given uh, fund to any given funding agency or any given committee member where you're going to present your work. So grant application is not a science, it's a marketing of your science. That's very much true. It depends on the committee. If they are more into science, they want to discuss about your science, that is good. But then they also look into a lot of other aspects. So it is like a whole package. They are not there just to listen to your science, rather they want to listen to the person you are, try to understand who you are, where are you coming from, what is your background, where are you intending to go. Okay. Okay, so government has, I think, this year's budget in the month of January or February, whenever they have it, they have allocated around 16,361 crores to the Ministry of Science and Technology, out of which monies are being broke down and given to different funding agencies. So we have funds. So Indian government does invest a lot of fund for the growth of research and development within the country. So you can be rest assured that funds are there. You can apply to different funding agencies to get your proposal running. So at India Alliance, as we have said, that we take our fund partially comes from Department of Biotechnology, partly it comes from Wellcome Trust. So in the process of our screening, the success rates have always been 10 to around 20% of all the applications which we receive. You can look into the graph and you can well understand that we receive quite a good amount of preliminary applications starting from the very initial phase, and then it becomes half for the full application, and then gradually get shortlisted, and the number of applicants who get to reach to the interview round is also very less, and by the time they qualify for an award, that also goes down tremendously. So I would not lie to here saying that everything is good. No, it is very stringent process, a very strict, very stringent process. A lot of evaluations happen in like starting from the launch or the submission of your preliminary application till the award. So the goal, as we all know, that what is the goal of writing your grant is to secure for your research group or your organization, secure fund for that, often awarded for a specific project or program. A key part of grant writing basics is the ability to demonstrate your passion towards the idea, building a novel strategy to explore that idea, right? It is all about the passion. If the committee which is interviewing you do not find the passion within you, or just they think that it is some departmental idea, but the person who is presenting it is not passionate about it, do not know the exact story from where you have started, from where the idea came and how you developed upon it, till the process where you have prepared it as a proposal and submitted it to the funding agency. If that is something which is lacking, then the panel actually loses it. They lose the connect with the applicant. So that is very much important. Now, what exactly the selection committee wants? They want to fund an idea which are going to make a difference, is going to be performed by a candidate who understands the project topic well. Okay. We all currently at this stage, people are interested in interdisciplinary studies. So a person who is trained in experimental biology, want to start artificial intelligence, want to work on that, have a project which has artificial intelligence as well as experimental part in it, but do not understand the artificial intelligence part. He or she has collaborated for that matter. That is there. But as a lead PI, it is expected that you understand everything. Certainly, every committee, every panel also keep this in mind, that where are you coming from? What is your basic training? So they will not expect you to be absolutely brilliant and superlative in artificial intelligence, but they would expect a lead PI to understand what exactly that person wants to derive out of that technology or that area of research, right? So they want to fund an idea, proposal has to be good. More than that, it is the person who is presenting it or whose proposal is it. Okay. What a funder want. As an India Alliance, we want to select and fund the best ideas among all the applications received. Right? So the part of selection is left out to the panel. Panel make the decision. But it is the responsibility of the panel to find the best and fund the best. And that is what we want from our panel to select. So as a funder, we might not get too much involved in the science in the later phase, but it is totally on the panel, and it is the pressure which the panel also has to fund the best ideas out of all the one which has been provided to them, right? Okay, so now before you start writing your proposal, you want to make sure that you develop a specific, meaningful, actionable plan. What do you want to do? Why you want to do it? Very important. You are in India, you want to work on an infection which is prevalent in Brazil. It's not going to work in India. Panel is going to ask you what is the point of working in India? Go to Brazil. So you have to understand what are you want to what exactly you want to do it and why you want to do it. Why it is needed at this stage, at this time. Why it was not, or although the work has been going on for last decade, but why is it still needed at this moment? Something which can be very much, which was very much required, some studies which were very much required 10 years back, but you are giving a proposal next 5 years, right? But that area has toned down. Much of drugs have come out, a lot of inhibitors have come out, and they have been tested and tried. and there is no more extra effort needed to be done here. The infection is getting controlled. In that case, then the reason why you are doing it is going to get diluted, right? So that is very important to keep in mind. Try to perform a preliminary experiment. It is very much important. Every time we have seen that the committee, the reviewers, everybody wants a preliminary data. So it is always advisable, if you can have a preliminary data, prepare it, and then put forward your proposal so that it can solidify your reason to going forward of writing that proposal. Consider how your plan will achieve positive results. Everybody understand that whatever you are going to propose might not work, right? But why do you think your idea, your hypothesis is going to work? You at least have to defend that. So that has to be there before you write your proposal. You have to have that chalked out in your mind. Locate a granting organization whose mission is aligned with your idea, right? So we, India Alliance, fund biomedical science. We are mostly about health sciences, biomedical field. So in that case, if you come up with some experiment which is totally physics based, not biophysics, physics based, it do not have anything. I mean, the output is not going to be biomedical oriented or health, supporting the health system here. We are not going to fund it. So your proposal can come, but it will get rejected immediately, right? Review the funding agency's proposal guidelines. Every funding agency have their own guidelines and everything. Please go through them. Our website also have all the guidelines required for the applicant, and every description has been given. So read them carefully and try to understand whether your idea or your mission, your objective aligns with the mission or the vision on which the funding agency is trying to fund. And examine sample proposals from your department, peers, and organizations. So right now it's no more an isolated society. Here, if you look into Delhi, all the research institutes in Delhi are some or other way connected, right? They are collaborators, you are collaborating with some other institute and all. And there would be somebody who has already got that award or has already got that grant. So have a talk with them, discuss with them what is the process, what are the ways, how they have approached their proposal, and make changes accordingly. Now, generally, a grant will have like where you can, so the process of coming up with an idea till the award phase would be like develop an idea, identify a funding agency, develop a proposal based on the guidelines of the funding agency, route proposal for approvals, send it across your peers, let them review it and let them give their feedback to you, submit the proposal, receive award and start project, manage award, close out award, and share your results. So this is the entire thing. So at India Alliance, our process since the launch of application till the award is generally of 10 months. So we grant advisors do take a lot of time to process each and every application which we receive. So we are with our applicants from the start till the end. So, and if you have had a chance to meet any of India Alliance awardee, you would know that you would get to know actually that whenever they have any query, they can always approach us. We always help them. We always support them, until the point that it should not violate the fairness of the competition, right? Okay, so spark of an idea. So the first thing is that the idea has to come up, right? So why is the project interesting? Certainly, I mean, if the project is not interesting, then why would you be interested in it, right? So you are interested in it, that certainly means that there is something which you feel that need to be studied. Who might care about it? Yes, it is important to see that what exactly are you looking for? Whom is this information going to support? So, for example, fundamental sciences. Not all the fundamental sciences has to be, immediately be impactful in the society. But there is a bigger research scientific group out there, right? They are going to get benefited out of your research. So that is how you are going to benefit. Maybe not directly to the common society, but to the at least scientific society. So that is also important to care. Whenever you're talking about, you're thinking about any proposal regarding some diseases, to drug testing, drug discovery, and all, you know who are the beneficiaries of it, right? So if you keep these things in your mind, your proposal also look more humane. Who will benefit if you successfully complete the project? If your idea novel in the field, and why are the best person to complete the project? It is also very much important that when you present your work, your proposal also have to give an idea to the reviewers or the person who is reading the proposal that why you are the best person to do the work. There are other people who are working in the same field, same idea, maybe different ideas, but around the same, trying to answer the same question. Your approach is different, but why your approach is the best one out of other approaches which are there, right? So that is something which you have to prove in your write-up. Are you being realistic in what you claim you can achieve? Overestimating yourself is overestimating as well as underestimating. Both are not a proper thing. And if you know your science, if you know what are the experiments need to be done, if you know what are the exact targeted methodologies you need to use to complete your work, you are a better person to identify how much time it is going to take. So if it is a grant proposal request for 5-year duration, certainly you cannot write a proposal which the person who is reading the proposal might feel that can get done within 2 or 3 years, right? And if that being the case, then the granting agency is not going to give you fund. You might can say that, okay, I'm just asking for 2-3 years of money. Why? What is the problem? The problem is that we are asking you to draft a proposal which need the work to get done within the 5-year duration. If we can get an alternate proposal which actually takes that entire 5-year duration and comprehensively complete the work, why would we spend our money on you then? Right? So look into the duration of the competitions. The project timings, for example, India Alliance goes for 60 months. Others would be ICMR proposals are there for 2 years, 3 years. So always make sure that your objectives are mentioned in such a manner that the person who is reading it have get the confidence that you will be completing it within the exact mentioned time period. Then identify your agency. There is no shortcut. You will have to go through, or mostly by the time you are a PI, you have already completed for 4 years, 5 years of running an independent lab. You already know which are the places you want to apply for. This is something which I'm talking here for the younger generation, that is the PhD students, the postdocs. It is important to identify the funding agency, right? So if your work is so for example, one of my work was of computational biology. It has computational aspect, but the question which I was trying to address was regarding leishmaniasis. Now, the question in front of me was whether the ICMR is the correct funding agency I can approach to. But then I realized that the infection, the biology which I'm trying to address here is well within the remit for the ICMR to fund. So I wrote a proposal, sent it out, and later on I got to know that ICMR has this division which is totally working on computational part, and they actually take up those kind of proposal, which I learned later on. But that should not have been the case. I should have done better research. I should have gone through their departments which are there where they fund, and then could have assured myself that yes, I can submit an application. What if ICMR would not have that department? then it would have been my waste of time as well as their waste of time, right? So there are organizations like indiabioscience.org where you can get all the advertisements whenever there is any funding agency coming up with their launches of different fellowship or grants. India Bioscience is a good platform to give provide that information. There are other platforms are also available. You all must be knowing it better than me, so you can always look through them. Grant makers can change interest areas, application processes, so keep yourself updated always with the advancement in science. The grant makers, the funding agencies are always changing, making changes in their interest areas. So keep yourself updated. You might miss out on sending your proposal to a grant agency which have recently taken up a interesting research area on which you are also working. So in order to avoid such opportunities, always keep yourself updated. So determine all the aspects of the grant will cover. So for example, not all funding agencies provide too much of consumables, but there are funding agencies or awards which have a big chunk of money which is for consumables, travel separately. Then if you want to go abroad to do part of your work, that is also getting supported. So always go through those aspects of that funding agency. Look, what are the opportunities which are available or associated? What are the components associated with that competition? And prepare yourself accordingly. Grant makers receive tons of requests for funding, so don't waste their time or as well as your time. As simple as that. Now, grants or fellowship. Always remember the fellowship is a person specific. When you are submitting a fellowship, the way the funding agency will look into it is the person you are, the kind of training you have got, what is the basis or what are the fundamentals based on which you are proposing this, and whether your training aligns with the techniques or technology which is going to be involved in the proposal, and if not, then which kind of collaborations have you fostered in order to support you in the process of completion of that said proposal. So it is very person specific. It is the PI who will be checked properly, who will be asked questions about his or her credibility, the kind of training they have undergone, the past, their publication list. So all these things will come into the picture. But the moment you go for grant, then it will be host institute specific. For example, there are grant people, every department writes a grant, and you are proposing certain techniques which you are going to use, and you do not have a central facility which have those techniques, which do not have those instruments. So in that case, what are you going to do? You cannot just submit an ambitious proposal here. In that case, then you have to have institutional collaborations here, right? So here, the focus will be on the science as well as the institute, the department, what facilities they have, how the department has been moving, what have been the achievement of the department, and which area are they moving next to, right? So wherever there is a big grant which we receive, we also look into the institution. So for example, IISc is coming up with a medical institute, their own medical facility and everything. So if previously IISc would have said that we are going to have this entire medical thing chalked out, we are going to work on the biomedical completely core medical science, then we would have questioned. You do not have an subsidiary of your institute somewhere which is a medical facility one. Then where are you going to be, like with whom are you going to be associated with? Then they would have come up with, okay, we are going to associate with this hospital, NIMHANS, and then we would work on it, right? So it will totally become an institutional project. So you have to decide the proposal which you are going to put forward to, is it suitable for a fellowship or is it suitable for a grant? Because when it is the fellowship, you have the better ownership of it. You can make the twists and turns according to your requirement. But when it comes to grant, the institution will be the paramount. The department will be the paramount here. What grant or fellowship schemes are available? Look for it. What is the funding agency? Again, I'm repeating the same thing. Does your research area fit the mission of the funding agency? And are there any priorities area for the funding agency? There's sometimes what happens, all of a sudden a funding agency, based on government giving their focus, government says that our mission for this next 5 years would be to focus on this and that part. And all of a sudden, the certain government funding agencies shift their main priority. Although the other fields are also there, but their priority becomes something different based on the government's idea, whichever comes from the center. So look into those priorities. If your idea comes within the remit of the priority area of theirs, then there are better chances for you to bag a grant immediately. So there are funding agencies which you can go. There are guidelines, their scope. They will mention their scope, their terms and conditions, selection criteria. So always go through them and keep yourself updated. Look into the field in which those funding agencies have funded prior to your competition deadline. Look for it. You will have a better understanding like which area they have touched upon more, where the more number of awards have gone, and where the competition can be made. That is also important. So if the more number of award has gone to certain specific area, then you can also have this idea, like you can also have this general understanding that number of applications which the funding agency have received were more from those areas. So the competition is very high in that specific research area. Okay. Again, I need not have to say much. It is Delhi. You all know which are the funding agencies which are there. So generally, component of the grant write-up is grant proposal, budget, CV, and letter of recommendation or letter of support from the rules in your application. Okay. So these are the 4 component of your proposal, which is basically going to be reviewed by the reviewer or the selection committee. So generally, a proposal will have a title, abstract, background, literature review, research question or hypothesis, objectives, methodology, significance of your research, work plan, expected outcome, limitations and delineations of the study, bibliography. Now, limitations of your study is something which is important to be mentioned. Not everything is positive, right? There would be certain limitations. It is always better to mention the limitations, because if you identify the limitations your own self, then it gives an idea to the reviewer and the the selection committee that you have better understanding of your field, right? There would be circumstances where you might not have all the resources which you need, and you identify that if I would have had this kind of resources, then this are the limitations which can be solved. So for right now, I do not have these resources, so I am proposing this. Going further, when I will be developing upon the work which I am proposing here, I will go for those experiments, or I will perform I will target those objectives. So once you mention your limitations, the probable limitations in your proposal, it gives a positive, vibe to the reviewers as well as committee members. So the title of your grant proposal. So if you look into the example, that is title 1, the systematic development of a local initiative to create a learning center for community education. Can anybody tell me what is the wrong here with this title? Even I don't have the answer, so I'm going to take the answer from you. I mean, just read the title. Do you think it is perfect title which should be there for a proposal? Can anybody give a microphone? Yeah. Okay, he has.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So there are few things which this title doesn't speak about.
Not scientifically. So please avoid any kind of scientific comment on it because it is just.
I'm not going
for
to have
understanding.
scientific
Yeah,
comment on
okay.
it. Few things it doesn't speak about. The population or study area,
Okay.
that should be part of the title.
Mhm.
Number one. Number two, it doesn't speak about one or two sentences about the objectives of, a fragment of it should be present. So that can be. Anyhow, title cannot be more than 20 words or 25 words. So it can be refabricated in such a way that it should show the targeted population and area and a fragment of objectives. That's it.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if this is the area of research, then a cohort population should be mentioned here. But what we are trying to talk here about is that when you look into such a long title, you feel that it's too much of information into it. I mean, it's not. I mean, the title has to be something which catches your eye. When you read it, it do not catches your eye, right? So that is something wrong here. What the title should look like: a local learning center for community education. Now, yes, it do not talk about the cohort population. Here, I agree with that. What I'm trying to say is that a shorter one, basically my idea of speaking here, a shorter one.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I beg to differ with you. The second title is very much incomplete. It looks like a newspaper article.
It looks like a newspaper article, right? But at the same time, if you look at it, you understand that a local learning center is the objective for a community education. Creating a local learning center.
Which kind of education? Means you need to incorporate. No?
That is what I said. That do not go deep into it because I am not a person who comes from this. What I'm trying to make a sense out of here is that when we go for a molecular kind of studies, we tend to give a lot of informations in a title, right? We will give a lot of informations. This is the molecule. This is what it is going to do. This is the cell population.
Sir, I would like to contest on this because this is a workshop, not a symposium. So do you think the second title is right?
Second title is not right. The second title is that it do not confuses the person too much.
But it either doesn't give the information that is required.
Yeah, so
in a title.
You talked about the cohort population, the population, it is the target population it is going to talk about, right? So it is not there. What I'm trying to say is that compared to the title one, the information which are given. So basically the title one also comprises of these two information, the local learning center and the community education, right? But it has been mentioned in such a manner that it's a lengthy one, which by the time you end up reading it, you lose the track of it.
What should be the ideal length of a title?
That try to understand what I'm saying here. I'm not going deep into the components of that study. I'm not going to deep into the component of the study. What I'm trying to say here is that a title should be you are the best, it is your proposal, you are the best person to understand what are the components which are to be there in a title, right? But present it in a manner so that a person when reads it, understand it, and it is a catchy at the same time.
It's fine, but the title 2 is written a local learning center for community education. And we are targeting for proposal where we are asking for grant, right? So looking into this title, what do we understand? That we are asking grant for a learning center? Or what?
I would also.
That is what the thing is.
Yes. Sir, is it outcome based in your opinion, sir?
Right.
Is it outcome based title? It should be.
It's on the proposal, right? So what is your proposal intends to achieve at the end of the day? You will put into it. It is not my proposal, so I do not know what should be the outcome here. What I'm trying to make sense here is that you put your components into it. You put whatever component you believe is important in your proposal title, provided do not make it too lengthy or too exhaustive to read and understand.
Sir, this is a very generic so perhaps the better effective way for us to understand here is as a grant reviewer, what would you like to see in a title? Please give us it with a specific example of any project. That would be helpful
Okay.
to us. This is confusing.
Okay, so as a funding agency, the title should have what is the main hero of, like, for example, because I come from a background where we are mostly working on some protein molecule or something of that kind. So, yeah, title should be clear and self-explanatory. It should not have a lot of scientific jargons in it. It should have the main component of, it should touch upon all the main components of your research. It should give a better understanding of what would be the outcome of the work.
So I don't think these some examples what you have given they are going to fetch any grant to any of the PIs. If I write this DNA replication control and its application selectively in cancer cells, they will reject my grant. I will also reject this. This is what we think. So that's what we are asking, whether
Yeah, so-
DBT Alliance will select this grant with the title number 2 or not. Tell me yes or no.
See, the thing is that if you look into the title, this is not something, the kind of work we will support.
No.
What I'm trying to say here is that the title should have the main components of your work.
But you have written it as successful titles.
These are successful titles in a lot of other funding agencies where they have been funded.
I don't think the title 2 will be a successful title, even in a funding agency which supports the kind of social proposal.
I understand your point here. What I am trying to say here is that it is your proposal. You know which are the main components and highlights of your work, and they should come up in the title. But if you use too much of scientific jargons and put it in your title to make it lengthy, it will lose the interest of the person who is reading it. So my main intention to tell you, this is the one which I want to inform to you. Now, with respect to title, sometimes it is incumbent upon you to identify that, no, these are the components which are important. Yes, this might look like a scientific, like too much of scientific jargons here, but these are essential component in my title, which has to be there. We will accept it. It's not that we won't accept it. What I'm trying to say here is that it should be single, one sentence, plain, giving proper information of all the components which are. So thank you, Isha, for coming up with the awarded name of the awarded titles. I'm not going to disclose it because they are awarded. I mean, those are the proposals people are working on at the moment. So I hope that you have understood what I'm basically trying to say here. I'm not saying that this title is wrong or that title is wrong, or what I'm trying to say is that just use the main component of your idea into your title. Now, sometime if you feel that what would be the outcome is something which you would not like to present in your proposal, fine with it. But yeah.
Like, Miss, what do you think that in overall proposal, how much percentage would be there for on title to that can decide the grant or
To be
Both are
honest,
branding, like it's just a title.
To be honest, title do not decide much on the grant. They basically do not. So when we process our applications, sometimes there are very lengthy titles which are there, but it is not right for us to decide or have a judgment or have a prejudice.
So Miss, it decide whether the at a first glance the reviewers or the advisor will select the grant. Miss, how it is like I'm sure that the reviewers or advisor who are actually reviewing the grants will go completely through the grant, not only through the title, and then select that whether should I go into it or not.
So yeah, so the thing is that why we ask about title and the abstract, specifically a lot of impetus have been given on the abstract part, because we that is because we are going to find out reviewers, right? So if your abstract is strong, it becomes helpful for us to find out reviewers, because we approach a list of reviewers we will be trying to approach, and they look into your abstract. Title is something which I'm just saying in order to make you understand that do not go for a very lengthy title with a lot of scientific jargons, and by the time I am ending up reading it, I'm confused what exactly you want to achieve out of it. But if honestly, from my experience, if I were to say that what would be helpful for me as a grant advisor is the abstract. If your abstract is good, the reviewers find it interesting to read it. So generally, we send out abstract, the entire abstract to the reviewers and ask them if they can give their time to go through the proposal. Because proposal for a intermediate fellowship would be around 3,500 words, along with the timelines, along with the finance, along with all the roles and responsibilities, then letter of recommendation. So the entire application which goes to them is nearly around 100 pages, right? So if that being the case, then certainly your abstract has to be something which they feel is worth going for to give their time to go through those entire 100 pages, right? Because we ask for reviewers comment over on your budget. They go through your instrument, the kind of instrument you want to procure. They go through the kind of reagents you want to procure. They go through the kind of data dissemination idea you have with yourself, data, protection issues and everything. So in order to attract the attention of a reviewer, the abstract is important. Title, I'm just giving an idea that do not make it something where a person reads a title and by the time the last word comes, he forgets what is the first thing which was there in the title. So abstract is to create an impression shared with reviewers while convincing them to review. Usually a committee will look into your abstract and select reviewers accordingly.
Shoma, I want to here.
Yeah.
I want to highlight one point. Like, as he is mentioning that there are several components, like your cohort, your molecule, what is the implications, like drug discovery or genetic expression. So you cannot mention everything in the title, but from that you have to identify the best one. Who is the king of the all thing? Is it the disease or the cohort or the implications? So that should be highlighted in the title, and the reviewers or the committee, they will find whether in the proposal this is the main thing. So that they will check that your title, whether it is highlighting really what you are writing, what priority you are giving to your proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Okay, so usually a committee will look into your abstract and select reviewers accordingly. So as I said, when we look into your abstract, we sometimes do not get to go through the entire proposal of all the applications which we have received. So we will look into your abstract, and if any one of you have seen the full application of India Alliance, it comprises of normal abstract which has to be there. Then for layman, how the abstract can be there. For your scientific community, how the abstract should be there. So it's broken into 3 different parts. So we read through the abstract, we try to identify what are the main areas where you are working, and which are the application reviewers who can actually review your application. That do not mean we do not go through the proposal. We do go through the proposal, but sometimes while finding out reviewers for all the applications, when again we have to go back to number 1 application, we might not have time to go through the proposal again. We'll just look into the abstract or recollect, okay, this is the one which they were working on. So if you look into this one, it's like mitochondria organelles in eukaryotic cells. It's given a background. Again, I'm telling you, do not take them, point by point and break them into science. We are not talking science here, because not necessarily I have to be good in all these subject matter here. All I'm trying to convey the message is that the main objective of this workshop is what are the components which we can keep in our mind while writing an abstract. Okay. So mitochondria are organelles in eukaryotic cells by providing energy in the form of ATP. Background, few studies have reported their function in regulating cell shape change in early metazoan embryogenesis. This project will elucidate the mechanism by which mitochondrial dynamic and function play a role in regulating cell shape, remodeling during cellularization and gastrulation in Drosophila. Now, it does have background. It does give information about what have been previously studied, what is already there, and what this project is going to give. But still, it do not gives an idea why the applicant want to work on it. I mean, this is something which is going to come out of it. But what is the story behind it? Why that person has looked into it? Why this is the area of research on which they want to work on? So generally an abstract, as I think I do not have to tell any one of you, you all know that an abstract should have a background, problem, what is the problem they want to identify, the objectives, strategy, and significance. Okay. So if you read this abstract here, can you identify the background? So it has a background, right? It has a background information about the work they want to do. Does it also comprises of problem it want to address? It does, right? Then it has objective. What is the objective of going ahead with this proposal? Strategy. Again, the strategy might not look like absolute information which is required here, but it kinds of given a strategy information. And then what would be the significance of this work? So an abstract in general should have these 5 components: background, problem, objective, strategy, and significance. Now, please go through this abstract and tell me what exactly is missing here. Like if you can help me out in finding out the missing component. Okay. So these systems will allow us to complete. Okay. Current therapy for X are expensive, poorly tolerated. Recently, we and others succeeded in establishing a system to grow X in cell culture. These systems will allow us to completely dissect the life cycle of X. Okay. So one of the important point here is that the objective is actually missing here. Right? Methodology, yes, certainly. Again, as I said, that this is not an absolute abstract, which is an ideal one. But overall here, it is the objective behind this idea. Why that person is trying to put here. The objective, what that person is going to gain here is not clearly mentioned here. Okay. And as you said, methodology is missing. Yes, that is certainly is missing. Now, okay. So when you're talking about the proposal, the foundation of the proposed problem statement should state the problem clearly, build your case with data. When you're writing a proposal, it should talk about the problem, build your case with the data, describe your solution, what solution you have come up with, be deliberate in your writing, be succinct and persuasive, ask the key questions. So generally it feels good to see that what are the questions. So once you write a background in your proposal, the introduction part, then if anybody starts writing that these are the questions, list of questions which came to my mind, because of which these are the next objectives which I developed upon it. Like, they are the objectives which I think are the best objectives to answer these specific questions based on the previous studies which have been done. So that is a good way to present your objective. That actually gives us an idea like, okay, although these work have been done in the past, but these are the questions you feel are the one which need to be, these are the gaps basically, which you think need to be filled. And based, in order to fill those gaps, these are the list of objectives you have come up with, okay? Ensure your statement draws a conclusion to the connection between the problem, your program, and a solution. So there has to be a connect. Sometimes what happens, most of the time we have seen that it's a very good proposal, very excellent, interesting proposal. The committee, when read the proposal, they didn't understand it much. They could not find the link between the objectives. But because the idea is very interesting and they just want to have a talk with the person, to understand the viewpoint of that person, they ask this person to, they select that person for the interview, and then they get to know what are the links between those objectives, right? And when such incident happens, generally during discussion, it comes up where the reviewer, the committee member is saying that I didn't understand the proposal initially because I couldn't find the connect, but after the interview, I got a better clarity here, right? Although the decision might not be, the final decision might not be, totally depending on that aspect, but why to give such kind of opportunity to the reviewer or to the committee member, right? So it depends. So some funding agency have committee members who believe that reviewer comments are fine, but we will take our own decision. We will not depend on the reviewer's comment completely to, whether to accept the application or to decline it. So in that case, reviewer can say a lot of stuff that these are the problems, these are the links which I didn't find between the objectives, and maybe all 3 or 4 reviewers have written that we do not find links between the objective, but then the selection committee will give you an opportunity to stand in front of them and explain them what is the link. But that not be the case every time, right? Sometimes maybe the selection committee would not even take the effort to select your application for an interview round, right? So just to avoid such cases, it is always better to have a link between the objectives, to have the link between your idea, the question, the objective, the methodology, the process the path you are taking to answer those questions, and final conclusion. So it is always better to always look into your proposal in the form of a story. The genesis of the story and the end of the story, whether it looks like a proper story or not. If this is the outcome which I'm going to get, whether it looks like a proper story or not, whether it is going to, like if I stand in a TEDx, you might have heard people when they stand when they present their point of view in their TEDx talks, right? They always have a story. They start somewhere, they have a story, they build upon it, and by the time they come to a conclusion, you have a proper idea that yes, this person is worth listening to. Similarly, your proposal is such. It should have a story which talks about your idea, the genesis of the idea, your effort to look further, to find out interdisciplinary methodology you have tried to, identify, which can help in completing that story. So it's a whole package thing altogether.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, where the hypothesis will come here? Hypothesis?
So hypothesis, so when you are basically going for the objective, before the objective comes, your hypothesis should be there. So as I said, the questions, right? After mentioning the entire story of the background studies you have done, the study have been done on that specific topic. After that, you come up with a series of questions. So these are the questions which came to my mind. And this is my hypothesis. That maybe this is how we should approach. And in order to, do justice to your hypothesis, these are the specific objectives you have come up with. The hypothesis will come before the objectives there.
Somo, I'm going to add one thing. that all research need not to be have a priori hypothesis. So it is not required that every time we have a hypothesis, it may be an objective driven, and it is important to have the research question. So hypothesis is not always mandatory. In classical research, we were taught that there should be a hypothesis, but some of the formative research, the exploratory research may not have the hypothesis.
I agree, absolutely agree with that, because and it is also true that a reviewer do not always look for an hypothesis. It's totally on the type of proposal you are presenting. If you believe that at the moment you are not in a best position to put forward a hypothesis, rather you have some questions and you feel these are the objectives I want to, which will, fill those vacuums. In that case, then do not put your hypothesis there.
And I also want to emphasize on the last point. I think whatever you have meant in this lengthy line, that is about the rationale of your project. So that has to be written clearly, because what funder looks for in a beginning is rational and research question. That has to be mentioned
That
clearly.
is given. I mean, unless there is a rationale in a proposal, certainly nobody would like to fund it, right? They will not even like to read it. So that is given. So I hope that I have touched upon what are the essential components in a proposal, right? Okay. Any questions? Okay. Now, objectives. Again, I'm telling you, the examples are not absolute. So all I'm trying, while I'm going to discuss here, I'm going to discuss about what exactly the bigger picture we are trying to convey here. Okay. So objective, this section can actually make or break a grant proposal. Objectives are very important, and if you ask me, I would not say that there is an absolute correct objective or there is an absolute disastrous objective. It is totally on the type of research you want to do, that kind of questions you are asking, and in order to answer those questions, which kind of objective you can come up with. But then it is advisable to give specific more time how you want to frame your objective. Because so there are certain, so mostly in the scientific community, people, they look into the title, they look into the objective, and through that, they sometimes, those people who are very much experienced, they identify what kind of technique you are going to use, what would be the main reason you are working on it, what kind of techniques you are using, what kind of result which might can come up from it, right? So those who have experience of writing a lot of proposals, assessing a lot of manuscripts, a lot of proposals, grant proposals, they do get this sense. So objective is an important aspect of your proposal. So always frame it so that it can give a comprehensive information to the reviewer or to the committee members. No, it's individual. These are individual, this thing. They are not okay, so no, here it's not one. No, so here we are basically given an idea that do not write an objective which is too vague. Do not make it too big or too complicated. But then when I say that too big or too complicated, that necessarily, if you feel that it has to be big, in order to have the necessary information required, you can make it big. Okay, again, this is not absolute. This is subjective. If required, your objective, one thing you can do is that make it not complicated. Do not try to make your objective complicated, because sometimes people do have this tendency of making them complicated and then expecting that the person is going to read it will get influenced with the fact that, okay, it's such a new thing, it's a complicated thing. No, it do not work like that. So an objective represents a step towards accomplishing a goal. It has to be narrow, precise, tangible, concrete, and measurable. So basically, it should Yeah, it should have these aspects. Specific. So try to avoid using like not solve, not like solve cancer. You might can say like biomarker for early detection of gallbladder cancer, right? So that is more concrete. That has a component like you are going to identify the biomarker. What like early detection, specifically a biomarker for early detection for which kind of cancer? Gallbladder cancer, right? So try to avoid words like to solve cancer. That do not work well. Then it has to be measurable. So it has to have a qualitative, quantitative, exact parameter that will be calculated. So those information should be there in the objective. It should be achievable. So your objective, when a person reads your objective, they get the sense that it is achievable. Because the person who are going to read it, maybe they are the one who have worked like you have a lot of experience working in that same field, and looking at the technique, the methodology you are going to use here, they identify that, okay, this is something, this objective will not get done within 1 year. It might can take 2.5 years. So if your objective one takes 2.5 or 3 years, then you are left with only 2 more years to complete the other objectives, right? Although you are not there to defend yourself, right? Because you could have said that it's not that I will be starting with the first objective and just continue with the first objective. I might can also start with the second objective in a parallel and thus complete my project. But as you are not there, so in that case, your proposal have to speak for you. So your objective has to be something which gives an idea to the reviewer or the selection committee that it is feasible within that time frame. Then relevant, what is the question asking? What are the vacuums getting filled here? Right, the relevance of that objective. And then it has to be time bound again. So relevant and time bound. So achievable, another aspect of achievable is that where exactly are you from? So for example, you are in a state university, you do not have access to NMR, and you have not included anybody as a collaborator from any other institute who have that NMR facility, and you are saying that you want to do NMR. Then it raises a question in the mind of the reviewers, maybe not the reviewers, but the selection committee, how are you going to fulfill, right? Then the ecosystem, where are you coming from? You work in a department which is not well versed with the area of research you are going to work on, and you are saying that my department is going to help me. Then the question arises how the department is going to help you when there is no other person in the department who has the same expertise which is required for your proposal, right? So objectives should give all those information to the, and when you mention the objective, it is also advisable to mention that when you're writing an objective, inform that these are the parts which will be done here. Collaborator number 1 in the application. This is the institute, this is the thing, and this is how we are going to collaborate. So this gives an idea. And at the same time, you can also mention the timeline. So objective 1, we will be needing these many months to complete this first objective. We will be completing it in this institute with this collaborator. He has or she has expertise, relevant expertise to help me in the completion of this objective. Okay. Now methodology. An effective methodology is complementary to the problem description. Yes, comprehensive. Again, methodology has to be comprehensive and concise. Explains the rationale behind the projects. I think Tanya has also discussed about the methodology, right? During the article writing, yeah, manuscript writing. So methodology have all the components. You need not have to write 1.5 or 1 page long methodology. Yes, if your methodology is something which is new, which you have come up with, for example, I will give my example here. So I was working on lipophosphoglycan in my mostly, so the isolation part was already, I have taken it from another manuscript. I had that, I prepared it. But then the problem with my institute was there that all the MALDI, so I wanted to do MALDI, and my institute only have done MALDI with proteins. They haven't worked on any galactose, mannose or such component. So in that case, but I have to use MALDI. Now they do not have even matrix for that, so that matrix is also required. So I had to go through different research article where they have worked, they have they have their protocols to prepare the sample for MALDI on such kind of components, right? So now I did not have straightforward where I can go and get the protocol. I had to merge protocols from, take points from different areas and then prepare my own protocol. I had to establish it, optimize it, and then do the MALDI. And it worked. So in that case, my methodology will be elaborate, right? Because my methodology will involve information about the entire protocol, which I prepared my own self. It will have references of those manuscripts from where I have taken the small part of the protocols. At the same time, it has been optimized, optimization has been done. So those information has to be done, that this is how I have checked, I have done the optimization, and then I've started with the experiment. So because a lot of components are going to be involved here, that needs a lot of time. But if you are supposed to add PCR, you have done PCR, Western blotting, you are going to add it. That's a standard protocol. So you don't have to go on mentioning a lot about it. Just small, succinct, comprehensive. Explain the rationale behind the project's method. So methodology, yeah. So methodology is also one of the aspects of the proposal which gives an idea how the flow of your experiment might have gone. So based on the sequence in which the methodology is put in your proposal, will give an idea to the reviewers and the committee member about how you thought, how the thought process of yours in developing that proposal, in developing those list of objectives. Okay. Conveys effectiveness and confidence of the proposal's methodology, of course. This is one thing I would like to say. I have learned it from the experience while attending the interviews and all, that always have backups, backup after backup. Because sometimes a researcher who have been very well technically trained in certain technique end up going saying that I want to use this technique to find out this, to do this experiment. And then the committee asks that what if it do not works? What backup have you thought about? And that person says, I am expert in this, it is going to work out. I have worked it on the same kind of molecule but different isomer, and in my postdoc lab, it is going to work out. But that is not sufficient for the committee member to believe in it. They always find it helpful if they think that I am funding this person such and such crores, and this person if this person do not have a backup, then this entire proposal is going to crumble down, right? So it is always better to have backups. So whenever there is an interview, the proposal must say, but sometimes you do not want to mention your backup there. So during the interview, you should be able to come up with the backups. Like, these are the backup experiments I have already planned, and we are good to go. If this do not work, this is how we are going to work on it. But if it is there in the proposal, then it will help you to reach to that interview round, or else you might can get rejected at the shortlisting stage itself, right?
Mention like plan B or backup plans in a proposal, so like it would not confuse the reviewers or the shortlist.
No, rather, yeah. So for example, there are certain techniques, or like there are certain experiments which you know is going to work because you have worked on it and you have worked on the same model and it has been successful. In that case, maybe a single backup would be fine. But sometimes you yourself is doubtful of the fact that if that do not work, then what? Then if you can have alternate experiments there as a backup, it gives the committee member and the reviewer that confidence in you that you understand the limitations where they can be. I already identified the limitations, and based on that, you have developed these other backups. So they know that you have plan B, plan C.
So we can mention it like.
You can. You not have to go in details for those extra backup plans, but small mention of those backup plans would be a good indication for the reviewers and selection committee members to get that you are good to go.
Thank
you. Okay. Okay, so the other points are something which I need not have to tell to you all. You all must have, kept those things in mind whenever you have written your proposal. Okay, now the elements of research proposal. So specific aim, define your research aims in a logical and sequential order. Work plan, outline the research design and methods for each aim, provide a timeline. It is always better to provide a timeline when you are mentioning your objectives and aims. It gives confidence in the person who is reading it that you know exactly how much time it is going to take. And if at all you need extra time for that, you can also mention that we believe that this is going to be the estimated timeline. But if something goes wrong, if any error comes in the experiment, if the experiments like the samples are not in a good state to go for further analysis, we might take some extra additional these months. But don't worry, I will be already starting with the next objective by then. Okay, so these kind of information give confidence to the reviewers and the committee member and you. Discuss expected outcomes, potential problems, and alternate strategies. As I said, do not shy away from identifying the problems which you think are to be there. Yeah, do not overstate it. Certainly, if you overstate, then they will know that this person knows too much about the problem, still not doing anything to solve it. But if there is a problem which you think is not required to be solved at this moment, maybe once I get this fund and once I reach to the conclusion, then I can develop upon it. And, at that time, I will answer those problems. So such information is going to be helpful for the committee member to understand the person if you are applying for a fellowship. Reviewers like to see preliminary data. It is important. Preliminary data is important. There has been questions many times, specifically the PhD student says that when I'm going to a postdoc lab, how will I get a preliminary data? At that time, what we say is that you can talk to your postdoctoral guide, and if the postdoctoral guide agrees, because it is eventually going to be the project of his or her lab, so if that person agrees to share some preliminary data based on which that person has come up with some idea to help you, put it in the proposal, it is good. If they don't, then go for the previous studies which have been done, cite them. So maybe you do not have the data with you at the moment, but if there are previous studies which have been done and your objective have been, your hypothesis have been built on those studies, do cite them. But then those who are PI, who have had experience, have the privilege of running their own lab, it is always advisable, or already are postdocs and going to continue in the same lab, it is always advisable to share your preliminary data. It is completely upon you to what extent you are going to share your preliminary data. Sometimes some people share too much of preliminary data, which I personally do not recommend. Do not share too much of information. Just those which are actually needed in order to strengthen your proposal. How do I generate preliminary data? When this is my first run, as I have said, you can cite. Okay. Now, certainly your proposal should talk about the significance of your research. How will this project contribute to science, knowledge, and innovation? Why will your proposal be chosen over other funding? And what is the impact of your work? Project evaluation. Good evaluation must include both quantitative and qualitative. Be specific and measurable, not vague and ambiguous. Relate to the program and its activities. Be descriptive and go beyond the immediate product. Describe the ultimate impact and must be an indicator of success or failure. Okay, so Project evaluation, we are not talking here that how we are going to evaluate. What rather I am saying is that how would you evaluate your own proposal, right? So one thing which have come to our notice that, for example, we have our fellowships, right? Early career fellowship, we have intermediate, we have senior, right? So we basically have entire set of program where we can support you in the early career of your stage during a postdoctoral, and then if you become a faculty, then we can support you in intermediate, then we can support you in the senior, right? So the reason why we came up with, but in this entire process, the idea behind having this 3 stage of fellowship is that you start with something during your postdoc, you develop upon it, you start your own lab and start work and keep on working on the same idea. And by the time you're applying for a senior fellowship, you want to become the leader in that research area, right? So our committee members are always very curious of the fact that what next? I mean, this is the proposal, good, you are absolutely on track, you're doing good work, you have sent an excellent proposal. What next? Why? Because our funding, if I am funding around 1.7 crores, 3.6 crores, 4.5 crores on your idea, then I'm also basically funding the person, right? I'm funding you as a PI, and I want to see where exactly you have envisioned to reach. So it builds up confidence in the committee members when they are interviewing you, to understand that you are not just here to get the money, publish some papers and drop the idea and then move on to the next idea and get another grant. You're rather here to build up on something which you strongly believe in, and you want to become a leader in the later phase of your life. That gives us the confidence that this is the person. As I said, fellowship is a person specific. This is a person worth investing. So think it as an investor's point of view. So as a funder, I'm like an investor here. So I would like to see how the future can look like. Similarly, it goes for the grant also. Maybe it's not about the person, but what that institute is planning to in the future. How that institute wants to go ahead with it. Now, expected outcome is something, of course, you have to mention, otherwise there's no point here, right? Now, an excellent success narrative concisely describes the program's achievement, ties back into goals and objectives and program's evaluation, share with the funder the impact their investment is making, and should be transparent in regard to obstacles. So, when there are obstacles, when you know you are going to face certain obstacles, as I said, always mention it. In fact, it is interesting. In fact, it is something which you must do. The reason behind is that maybe you feel that that obstacle do not have an answer. Maybe the committee member has an answer for that, because that person has worked in the same field. So it has happened many times that our committee members have given suggestions. Like, okay, you have this objective, and you have identified, good, you have identified these are the, problems or the hurdles you are going to face. Maybe these are the things you can do. So irrespective of the matter, whether you are getting awarded or not, you have got extra information with yourself to strengthen your proposal for the next one, if you are going to put it in front of any other funding agency, right? So it is always important to discuss your obstacles which you have yourself identified. The ones which they will identify, they will obviously discuss that, but it is also prudent for as a applicant to identify the obstacles and mention them. Funders do not like surprises, and this section allows to explain a programmatic hardship and how you will overcome it. So as I said, they do not like surprises. So if you have already identified the hurdles, you must discuss it with them. But what could be the pitfalls? Can be something which will need more time than the proposed duration of project for exploration, and can also always be mentioned as a future goal. If you think these are the pitfalls, not you are not in a the correct phase at the moment to answer them, always say that in the future we have the goal to work on it. And they will believe you. Okay, so statement of sustainability, again, as I said, if I'm investing on you or on your project, on your grant, you have to come up with the plan of sustaining the same work, right? So funders want to have a lasting impact and want to know how that will happen. The statement should explain your ability to continue the project beyond the funding you are requesting. Statement should include a good faith measure and demonstrate continuation within the budget. You must be prepared to demonstrate that the program can continue surviving beyond their investment. So you might can also come up with the you might can also state that we need this initial huge investment from you. Once by the end of the 5 years, we are strong, we have all the equipments, we have all the facilities we require to continue with this work. We might not need huge funding from anybody anymore. We might write small projects individually among all the faculties in the department, and we will get our grants and continue with the same idea, continue our work on the same proposal. Right, so these kind of strategies, if you mention them, it will give confidence to them. Now, do not forget your bibliography. So that is, I do not have to say much. Okay, so grant evaluations, yeah. So the reviewers of your grant are more likely to be people who have general awareness, but are not necessarily the expert. As I said it very clearly yesterday, that with an example that we try to identify the best person to review your proposal so that we can do justice to your proposal as well as to the time that reviewer is giving here. But it is not necessary that those specific reviewers are going to accept to review. And certainly your proposal is not getting reviewed by somebody who has absolutely no idea, okay, of the research work which you are working. Rather, that person might not be exactly working on the same thing, but work on the same field of research. Okay, so that can also be the case. And that is precisely the reason why sometimes the committee members take the reviewer's comment with pinch of salt. Okay, sometimes they have this thing, is fine. Reviewers have given their comment, fine, but we will do our own analysis, our own assessment. Okay, so what are the reviewers looking for? Significance of the proposed work, competitiveness of the applicant, approach to achieve the proposed goal, innovation of the proposal, environment. So, generally, when we write proposal, we believe that it is me and my proposal which is sufficient. Why should I bother about the institute? But the institute from where you are coming from, the kind of facilities you are going to get, the kind of support you are going to get from your peers in your department matters a lot. And that is the reason why sometimes what happens, so we have this section where all the rows write their comments. So sponsor writes, then there's mentor. So the applicant has to write why that mentor is suitable, why and sponsor, certainly they need not have to say why the sponsor is suitable. Certainly the sponsor is the administrative head. But then sponsor actually takes time out of his or her schedule and actually mentions that in my department, these are the faculties who are working in the same field and they would be a good collaborator. Maybe those people are not absolutely are actually identified as a collaborator in the application, but the sponsor writing it, that this is how my institute is going to support the applicant, actually gives a lot of positive vibe to the funding agency, at the same time to the committee members. I agree with the fact that not every time applicants are coming from very best of institutes, and they might have entered to a department which totally works on a different area. In that case, as I said previously, the mentor you are selecting for the mentorship, the collaborators you are going to collaborate with, they matters. Okay, so if you find that there are certain drawbacks of coming from the institute you are coming from because of the facilities or the environment around, you can always use the collaborator and mentor to support your point. But then, yes, institution does matter. Then animal human use ethical consideration. Certainly no one would like to take chance of violating the ethical code. So irrespective of the matter whether the institute allows it or not, every committee member, reviewers make their own assessment that the number of mice you have. So we are very strict with the number of animal models you are using for your experiment. So that is very much important. Yeah, so there was, yeah, so for example, you are a chemist, you are not an experimental biologist, I mean, not from the animal, you have not worked much on in vivo work. You are a chemist by training, and you said that I want to develop an inhibitor for this specific cancer. And you said that this is the animal number I'm mentioning here. And while giving your justification or the power calculation of animals, you are saying experiment 1, these number of mice, experiment 2, 3, 4, and all, and those align with the objective. But you forgot to include the number of mice you need for optimization, dose appropriation, right? Because you are developing an inhibitor, you have to do the dose optimization study. You forgot to calculate the number of mice for that. In such cases, reviewers will look into it, the committee members will look into it and will point out that you forgot this, right? Now, what is the drawback here is that as an applicant, you were so much into your experiment that you forgot the most essential component of your in vivo experiment, that is drug dose optimization. And that can go against you. The reviewers can say that the person is a chemist by training, do not have enough information, understanding or knowledge of working in an in vivo model. Although you have said that this is going to be done at the collaborator place, collaborator is going to work on it, but then the reviewer is going to come up, or this committee member can come up and ask, what kind of collaborator are you collaborating with, who have forgotten himself or herself to inform you that there is a required number of animals required for the dose optimization step, right? So you can see here, this one animal calculation, power calculation mistake can raise question on the credibility of yours and your associates in the proposal, right? So it is important to be very careful while you're talking about the animal use for human, the clinical trial, not clinical trials, the normal, what we say, interventions. So intervention-based studies, which kind of cohort you are taking, what would be the number of human participants you will be working for, number of human participants, whether that is good enough, not good enough, cohort which like 1 or 2 cohort is fine, or for this study I need cohort from different region of India. So all these things matter. So be very careful while you are doing this kind of selections.
Dr. Soma, that is what exactly I was saying. Can you go back to your methodology slide? Now, one observation and one suggestion or question. Perhaps this methodology, what is written here, it's only on the experiment. That's what this slide talks about. Right. Now, this can be true if we are applying for example, molecular biology or experimental biology proposal. But I believe funding agencies also fund for population genetics, human genetics, epidemiology, genetic epidemiology, disease epidemiology, and as well as clinical trial proposals. for those proposals, there are component which doesn't reflect in this slide. For example, sample size, sampling frame, talking about ethics, and also how we are going to approach the population, many more things. So if we could include those components, also that will give a holistic picture. That's a suggestion.
Thank you for the input. We will certainly add those components here. So the reason why I said here, because we have observed that those people who work in clinical and public health sector, they have a better understanding of what are the sample calculation, number of participants, cohort study, how to frame it, how to write those methodologies. They do have a better understanding because that is the kind of by training they learn through it. Why I talked about the molecular experimental part here, because it has been observed that most of the time there are very generic experimental methodologies which need not have to be explained to such an extent. Actually, the applicant has ended up, taking good amount of, lines or good amount of page size to put those inputs. So what happens is that our word number is very specific, right? So it is 3,500, then 5,000 for senior. So that is from where I'm coming from to explain that those can be avoided. But certainly I will take your point here. We will include those aspects also while we will be in future we'll be discussing about the grant application.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. Okay. Okay. So decisions criteria for funding agency. So yeah. So it's just that Dr. A submitted a grant proposal to funding agency X but the proposal was declined at the screening stage. Which of the following might be a reason the grant application was declined? It's a very childish kind of question, but it's just icebreaker here. So is it because Dr. A submitted the application before the submission deadline? No. It is always appreciated for an applicant to submit the application in the submission before the submission deadline. But unfortunately, we have seen many applicants who try to submit the application exactly 1 minute before the time ends. So if you look at the, whenever we launch an application, we always say that our this March or this 2 p.m. So generally our deadlines are always 2 p.m. And we have noticed that applicant all of a sudden the moment 2 p.m. is ended, and we skip our lunch to just wait till 2 p.m. because we know that half an hour prior to 2 p.m. all the queries are going to come up that I can't access, my collaborator can't access, he can't or she can't upload the letter of recommendation, there are issues. Why wait for the last moment? And let me give this brief that for preliminary application, this is not necessary, but if you are invited for a full application, the very last step is actually the sponsor have to look through your proposal and have to upload his or her letter of support and then do the final submission. So the final submission of full application is not depending on the applicant, rather it depends on the sponsor. And sponsor can be your director of your institute, sponsor can be the HOD of your department. So it is not appreciated for the applicants to wait for the last minute to do this thing because, and it has happened. I mean, all of a sudden the applicant called us and said that I have already submitted. It's just that my sponsor do not have time. From the background we checked, the applicant has submitted, I think 5 minutes prior to 2 p.m. Okay. If an applicant is submitting 5 minutes prior to 2 p.m., then you can well understand a sponsor is not sitting there for the applicant to submit and he or she is going to upload and send it, right? Certainly the application is not submitted by the deadline. And in such cases, we cannot help. We do help in the case of technical error from our side. If there is a technical error from our side, then we will certainly help. But if these are the things which come up, then it is not appreciated. It gives the funder the idea, a general idea that the applicant is not serious enough for the application, right? Then Dr. A submitted a concisely written and novel research proposal. That cannot be a reason, right? We always appreciate a proposal which is written concisely and novel in its approach. Dr. A satisfied the eligibility criteria of the funding agency. Of course, the person has cleared the eligibility criteria, then certainly that person cannot be denied. We will accept that application. So the only left option is here. Dr. A's proposal did not match the remit of the funding agency, right? So it is very much important to go through the remit. Unless it falls within the remit of the funding agency for that competition, the funding agency has a very valid reason to decline that application at the very first stage itself. Yeah, one thing I would like to mention here is the eligibility criteria. If you are the potential applicant to India Alliance Fellowship, any of the fellowships, you can go through our website. It will be like tomorrow. I think today only in the evening, we will be afternoon, we will be discussing about what is the eligibility criteria for each, early career fellowship, for intermediate, for senior. And if you have non-active research career break after your PhD, do mention them. We have that option where you mention, yes, if you have an active, break from active research career, and give proper information, sufficient information for us to consider them as an active break. And we will consider them, and based on that, we will calculate your eligibility criteria. We will calculate your eligibility. Okay, so reasons for rejection: research protocol shows insufficient planning. That can be a reason for rejection. Work plan too ambitious, shooting for the stars doesn't always work, or sometimes it looks like a fishing expedition. This is one of the things which we have heard a lot from our reviewers as well as from the committee members who go through the proposal and they feel that it's a fishing expedition. They don't like it. Text fails to convey the novelty and urgency of the research. Language is too technical for non-specialist reviewers. But now that, language is too technical. That is, sometimes it works, sometimes it's not a main reason behind. Then spelling errors, grammatical slips, and lengthy proposal that exceed word limits. Plagiarized content, poor grantsmanship, lack of ethical consideration. Okay. Now, there are certain ways you can avoid making those mistakes. Better reading, literature coverage. If you do that, you can avoid the research protocol, insufficient planning behind the research protocol, and then text space to convey the novelty and urgency of the research. So if you do a better reading or do the literature coverage, then you can avoid these mistakes. Feedback from mentors, peers, and colleagues. This is very important. Always be positive in taking feedbacks. Always, when you are, before you submit your proposal to us, talk to your mentors, talk to your peers, talk to the researchers in your institute or any other institute you believe who have prior experience of working in the field. Kindly ask them to go through the proposal and provide their feedback. Kindly take their feedback very seriously and incorporate the changes. So, as I said, all the mistakes, all the reasons for rejection which are mentioned here can actually be avoided if you take their feedback. All applications benefit from editing. So, related to plagiarism, poor grantsmanship, text, and all, it's always better to go for an editor, like editing. If your institute have a specific department which is actually helping you out in the process of editing your proposal to avoid any kind of mistakes or these kind of, to avoid these issues, certainly take their help and make sure you are sending us a properly edited proposal. Now, if you look at, so every funding agency run the proposal via some or other system. We use Authenticate and all. So if you can look here, you can see that the entire basically 750 word thing is plagiarized. right? So if these kind of proposal we receive, we reject it. We straightforward, we reject. We do not give any, we do not seek any explanation, nothing. We will straight away. We do not allow, we also do not appreciate self-plagiarism. Sometimes what happens that people think that they have already published a paper. If they self-plagiarize, it is absolutely fine. It is their work. What is so wrong in it? No. When you're writing a proposal, when you're writing a summary, whatever it is, we expected that you write from the very scratch because it is your story. We want to see your story, we want to read your story, which is just coming out of your brain at that moment when you're writing it. Okay? Then, as again, ChatGPT, that's an issue. So, that's be cautious not using such technologies. Yeah, grantsmanship. So grantsmanship, why I'm saying here is that we have most of the preliminary applications, some of the, because preliminary application is not something which is invited, rather we just launch it and whoever is interested fill up the prelim application and send it to us. There are a lot of questions which we ask in the preliminary application, and sometime at the end moment, people who are filling it up at the end moment, they do not have enough time and they do not answer few of them. There has been some applications where people have written A, B, C as an answer response to few of the questions which we have asked. And that is not appreciated. That is a poor grantsmanship. And the moment we see such kind of applications, we reject it. Or not filled, incomplete applications where there are questions, there is a reason why we are asking those questions, because we are basically going to evaluate you. The preliminary evaluation is going to happen through those answers, through those responses. We try to understand you. When we are asking for a fellowship, our main intention is to understand that person. And the number of questions we ask, trust me, nobody can fabricate. They will always write their heart out. Because the questions are such, we try to understand your scientific career. We try to understand why do you think this science is appropriate at this moment? Why do you think your host institute is the best one suitable to support you in the proposal? All those questions are there. And it gives us an idea about how much deep you have thought through before applying for this competition, right? So always try to answer them. Try to think it as like, somebody is trying to understand your scientific career. Somebody is not a funding agency, rather a person who wants to understand you, know you, your science. Write it thinking like that. Then I'm sure you will not feel bored while you're answering to those questions. And in fact, we enjoy reading it. It makes us feel so good, the kind of applications which we receive and the kind of track record they have. Sometimes people have started with a very, tough situation. They were not that productive, but gradually they became very productive. We also get to know about those things. Somebody who's not productive in the PhD, all of a sudden in postdoc, got this amazing idea, and the idea was so good that the person enjoyed working on it, and then wrote a lot of projects, a lot of funding they have got from NIS, this, that, and all, and then got good publication. So that gives us a perspective of that person. So it's not nothing negative here. It is all about understanding that person. So make sure to answer each and every question we are asking whenever the application goes out. So prepare for the peripherals. What are the timelines? So generally we always advise, like if you are intending to apply to any of our fellowships or grant, be prepared 6 months prior to our launch date. Because you need time to find out, identify mentors, you need time to identify collaborators, to foster collaboration, relationship with them, sit with them together, write this entire proposal, send out to all the mentors and collaborators, let them go through the proposal, let them give their inputs. As I said, right, an animal number calculation, if you yourself return it, you will end up doing something wrong because you do not have experience in vivo. Rather send it, write it, send it out to the person, the collaborator, give that person enough time to go through it and find out what are the necessary points which you have missed, which that person believes to add. to be good if that's added. So what are the timelines involved? What is the funding amount under offer? If it is a really good, huge amount of fund, then you have to be very careful while you are filling out the budget section because it has to justify. What is the funding agency? Then prepping for the science. What is the big picture? Small picture? Who are your co-investigators? Who are your collaborators? What is the research environment? Okay, now CV and the background. Highlight your academics and professional accomplishment. Be honest and personal when you're writing them. Clear, evidence-based. Basically, list of publications and affiliations. Publications do not change the order of the author. Follow a consistent style. We do end up checking all your publications. We do check all the publications. We look into the author contribution, the kind of contribution you have made into the publications and everything. It depends. It varies funding agency to funding agency. Some does, some do not. We do. So I'm giving this disclaimer from the very beginning itself. Adhere to format prescribed by the funding agency. Every funding agency has some format. We have our application which has a proper format. Instructions are written, like there are a list of instructions for everything. Go through the instructions and fill them out. Establish, so basically CV and background is basically where you are basically establishing your credibility. We also need information to fight for you, right? So as a grant advisor, we fight for our applicants. This is a big meeting where we are defending our applicants. So we also need information. So be generous while giving us the information so that we can have enough material to establish your credibility and fight for you. Present yourself as capable, forward-thinking, and knowledgeable. Establish your credibility through the thoroughness of your plan, the way you present the importance and value and the knowledge of the field. Appropriately mention any past accomplishments that endorse your ability to succeed and your commitment to the project, right? Yeah, do not shy away from mentioning any award you have received, right? While talking about the scientific career, if you have come up with a new idea in your postdoc lab, you got a grant for your own lab, do mention that. Sometimes it has happened many of times when the applicant has not mentioned much in the CV and background, rather it is the postdoc guide who has written more into the letter of recommendation. It is from the letter of recommendation we got to know, okay, this person has got this award, okay, this person has got this publication, okay, this person has, submitted this grant and then got it. And it is really good to see that the postdoc guide is more appreciative of the applicant than the applicant is appreciative of himself or herself. But it is okay to, write more about your own self. Do not shy away. We are here to read your story. Okay. There are people who are very interested to read your story. We will like to know you. We will like to understand the achievements you have. Small, maybe it's small, fine with us. Let us know you. Okay, so that is important. So the questions like, can you identify any red flags in the CV submitted for a funding agency? So this is how the CV looks like when it comes into the application. Can you identify the red flags here? A master's we don't need. So we do take BSc, master's, PhD, but then master's, PhD informations like PhD is more important for us to identify. Yeah. Yes. So the thing is that now that you have said that there is a gap like MEM technique, yeah. Sometimes after BTech people go for PhD, so that is fine. it is appreciative if you provide all the information, whether it's bachelor's from college degree, certainly bachelor's, master's, PhD, and here on. So so here you can see that under the supervisor, the person has written dean and vice chancellor. It's a red flag. The reason why it's a red flag is that because we use the name to identify the conflict of interest on that application. So it is advisable to provide the name of the supervisor at every given position, because then we identify them, and then based on that, any kind of publication they have had with any of our committee members or somebody, we select them out and we identify them as conflict of interest. Okay, so it helps the funding agency to identify the conflict of interest, as simple as that. Otherwise, we will have to again send back for the query.
And what about the city and the country in the organization that is also missing?
City we don't need. So that is what I'm saying, right? In order, the country is there, fine. I don't need the information of a city. All I need the information of an institute, because we look for
But
the
then also
institutes.
AIMS is in Delhi also, it is in Jodhpur also. What about that?
Where is
IITs and IIMs are also there across. So I think that should all,
Okay,
that can
that
be
one. No, so in that case, what happens is that when you fill the details, it is basically like a drop down. So once you write AIMS, you cannot just select AIMS. There will be AIMS New Delhi, there will be AIMS Kalyani, AIMS different places. So you select the institution from the drop.
I got it, I got it.
Yeah, right. Okay, so again, as he said that there's a gap, like 2018 to 2021. So in the mid, there's a gap, and this CV do not gives that information. Now, the applicant must make and have a non-active research career break, right? So if such kind of issue comes across, always the applicant has the freedom to mention that yes, there is a break, and then mention. But do not. It is advisable not to add something as a break when it is not actually a break, because we will try to find out whether there was actually a break or not. Career break, active research career break or not. Okay, so if we identify that there was no such career break and still the applicant has mentioned it as a career break, it gives a negative impact of the applicant, because as I said, at least for the fellowship, it is a person who matters the most, right? Along with the proposal. Yes, so so in the case of intermediate, it is post PhD, active research experience after 4 years to 15 years, right? So for example, you're a senior applicant. If you just simply consider a post PhD research career, you are coming around 16 year to 3 months, right? But then you had a break in the mid of around 1.5 year. Then if we consider that 1.5 year, then you will fall within the bracket of the eligibility, right? So it is always advisable to mention the break. Okay, now we'll go for the budget part. I agree that our budget is a little bit more elaborate, ask too much of information, but then that is required so that our reviewers and the committee members get to go through what are the requirements. I mean, the budget also gives an idea to our reviewers that do you understand your science or not? Sometimes you are saying that I want to do this experiment and I need some list of reagents, and the reagents are not actually the one which are required for that experiment. Okay, then we will go for a tea break now. Then after that, we will start with it's a very small part, it's not a big one. So we will enjoy discussing the budget part, and then we will end with the grant writing. Okay, thank you.
Please, everybody be seated. We are resuming the session.
Okay, thank you again to all of you for coming back. So, okay, so now we will start with the section of budget. It's not that big, it's a very small, very crucial, of course. I mean, this is something which is going to give us an idea how much you need. So, if this is something which you are not filling up properly, then also it, creates a lot of misunderstanding on our part. Although we do a lot of query back and forth, but then again, it is always better to take your time, go through every component of the finance or the budget part of the application, and then think through what are the reagents, what are the equipments, what are the components, other components like travel, support staff, how many support staff would you need? Although there is always a limit for every type of competition, but then what I am trying to convey here is that it is better to take your time to go through each and every part of the finance part and then fill that up. Okay. So think deep, be ambitious. So for example, the budget cap for any of the application is 3.6 crores, and you are only submitting a total budget of 75 lakhs or 1 crore, it is less, right? It is really less. In that case, then it comes to, it is not necessary, but then it comes to mind that maybe the applicant is not serious about this entire thing. Sometimes, yes, there are computational researchers who don't need reagents, right? They need specific servers, they need laptop, and done. They have softwares, so they will ask for softwares, and the total budget would not be too much. So in those cases, we understand. So as a funding agency, we will go through each and every requirement you have asked under the finance part, and we will try to understand whether it is absolutely required or not. So if at all it is under budget, but we believe that that is sufficient enough to complete your work, that is fine by us. But then it is always advisable to use the maximum, use the budget part to the maximum capacity. Okay. It's on the project. Actually, it is on the proposal what it can give to us. So it's not about the money. All we are saying is that, as I said again, right? So if your proposal is something which is planned out for 5 years, which justifies its period for 5 years, and the budget which is required is not not absolutely 4.5 or 3 point, like at least 4.2 crores. Maybe it is you just need a budget of around 2.5 or 3 crores. It is fine with us. Right? So it is not the money which is deciding whether your proposal is good enough or not, but money gives a perspective. So it's not about the total budget. It is about the breakups. How you have thought through the entire thing. What kind of reagent have you selected? What kind of instruments have you selected? Right? Sometimes what happens, there are, applicants who do not need high-end equipment because it's already there in the central facility. So they require a request for smaller equipments which are okay for individual procurement. So in that case, we understand that, right? And at times, even the reviewer of the during the shortlisting, the committee member can ask that for this specific experiment, you actually need this equipment, then why haven't you asked for it? And if you already have it, you can always say that it is already there. So there are parts where every component and there is a justification column. So you have to justify each and every requirement you have put there. So there you can always mention that although this equipment is really needed, but I don't need it because this is already available with my institute, right? So this helps the committee member and the reviewer to understand that you're not asking the specific reagent or equipment for namesake. You actually mean when you are actually requesting for those. You are very serious about when you are requesting for those components, okay? Any special requirements, always mention it. So sometimes what happens, I mean, under basic biomedical, we are very strict. For intermediate, first of all, for early career fellowship, you cannot have any support staff. But if you require, then you can only take technical staff. You cannot take PhDs or JRF or anything. You can only take technical supports. For intermediate, you can only request for 2 support staffs, which can be technical staff, PhD or postdoc, but only 2. The number of support staff you can take. For senior, it is 4, right? For basic biomedical, we are very strict, but we understand under the clinical and public health, the PI actually need a lot of people working in the ground, right? They need a lot of people who need not have to be PhDs and all. They will be working on the ground. They will be taking samples. They will be collecting information, going around. For public health, they go around, do surveys for you, right? So we understand that, and there can be flexibility. I cannot assure you, you have to request for it. But for basic biomedical, we are very strict. Still, if you feel that you need one extra person, you actually need it, you have just established your lab, you need one more, you can always request for it. It is totally on us whether we entertain that request or not, but then you can always make a request. We are open to take your request, but decision will be decided later on. Just taking your request doesn't mean that we will be deciding in the favor. We may can just decline. Okay, so any special requirements, do mention it. And specifically, if you are requesting for an equipment which is above 50 lakhs, we need quotation for that equipment. Okay, so anything above 50 lakhs, quotation has to be there in the application. Adhere to format prescribed by the funding agency. So if the funding agency, whatever, so there will be sections. If funding agency is asking for them, kindly provide it. Sometimes what happens, so you are writing that I need PCR machine, so certainly you need 1 or 2. So if there are 2, then you will say number 2. Then the price of 1 unit is this much into 2, this will be the total amount, right? And then we will ask for a yearly breakup and under the table. So the total amount which is mentioned in the description and the total amount which is there in the table has to match. If they do not match, we return the application back. Okay, so those are something which you have to be very clear about. We have noticed sometimes the PI do not have time. They just end up writing we need 2. Forget to calculate for 2 units. They just write the price of 1 unit. But in the table, they have written the price of 2 units. In that case, we inform them, of course, we always inform the applicant saying that you haven't mentioned the total price of 2 unit under the description, and we will just consider the lowest value. So in that case, you might lose out on the 2nd unit of PCR, right? So you have to be very careful when you take your time and fill up the finance budget. But typical budget heads are comprises of consumables, equipment, animal, primary cells, cell line, biological sample related information, travel, personal support. If you are not getting any salary from your or deriving salary from your host institute, you can always request for the personal support from the fellowship. But it is only applied for the fellowship. Yeah, even for the grant, if you are not getting any salary from the host institute or the institute where you are working, you can always, the PI can request for their own grant, salary. from the grant. Yes. Yeah, so in India Alliance, under fellowship, certainly you can request for your this thing. Under Team Science Grant and CRC also, there is this PI salary. So if you, for there are actually institutes like public IPH, then this thing. Yeah, PHFI model में जो institutes काम करते हैं, they actually do not give salary straightforward. You have to derive your salary from the projects and grants, and then they provide the top up. The institute provide the top up amount as a salary then. So in that cases, they ask for salary support from the grants. And then there is a part of miscellaneous, generally comprises of software. If you want to buy any software, then you have fax machine, you need softwares to analyze the data, you need software for statistical analysis and other studies. You can ask them under the miscellaneous. No, I'm talking about the software. Software you can ask under the miscellaneous. Okay, so for example, so generally you will get to see these kind of part of the application when we invite the applicant to the full application round. If you can see here, under the material and consumable, the applicant has written cell culture media, plasticware, liquid nitrogen, sequencing cost, and has total request for 57 lakhs. We do not accept something like that. You have to break it up. Because this do not give us an idea, this do not give us it do not give idea to the selection committee as well as the reviewer that what are the reagents you are actually requesting for. So we won't be able to understand from here that whether you are requesting for reagents which are required for the India Alliance based proposal or you are asking for some other experiments bhi karna, uske liye bhi reagent chahiye. Although certainly you can use the reagents for other experiments, but then just to look into the seriousness and just to have clarity from our side, we need it to be broken down into different elements. So under the cell culture, you can always write cell culture, these are the cell lines I need, so this is the amount. Then under media, these are the medias I need, this is the amount. Plasticwares, you can straightforward like plasticwares. For sequencing costs, what are the sequencings you are going to do? How many in a year? And what would be the total cost? So asking for a total cost of 57 lakhs just at a one instant, they do not give us any idea. Yeah. So next you can see here, so under access charges, in the second one, mechanical workshop, the access charge per hour per day is 1,000 rupees. And the hour or day of use expected to be around 200. So the total cost would come around 2 lakhs, right? But if you see here in the table, it is mentioned as 1 lakh. So there is a disparity in the information which is there in the description and in the table. That is something is not acceptable. Both the description, total value in the description has to match, or the calculation. The mathematics of the description should match with that of the total value in the table. So while filling up the application, these are the small things which have to be kept in mind. I'm not sure whether we can do this at the moment. Okay. Let's create a mock budget. So it's like total budget. So different heads are there: salary, materials, and consumables. So for salary, for example, support staff salary, you want to take 2 postdocs. So it's like 10,36,800 into 2. For material consumable, you need 4 lakh plus 85,000. For equipment, 9 lakh 10,000. Yeah, and 95,000. For miscellaneous, 3 lakh 50,000. So now you have to calculate the institutional overhead. So the institutional overhead would be the 10% of the total amount of this entire calculation here, all the values which are mentioned here, right? There has been time when the applicant do not, so it generally happens in the grant, because in the case of fellowship, you can't do that because The 10% calculation is done from the back end from our side. You don't get to put the value of 10% overhead. We do it. So generally in the grants, what happened is, recently it happened that one of the applicant calculated 6% overhead and added. And when I responded back to that person saying that your total budget is going above 10 crores, so he called us up and said that, but I have made the calculation based on 10 crores. Then I said that, yeah, because you have calculated overhead as 6%. But according to India Airlines policy, it is 10%. So if I calculate it according to 10%, it certainly is shooting out of more than 10 crores. So he's like, no, but we need only 6%. I don't care you need or not. This is the policy. So every funding agency has a policy. The percentage of, overhead which they calculate. So it is always prudent to not, use your own mind that what would be the percentage calculation for overhead. Rather leave it to the funding agency to decide upon that. And based on that, their instruction, kindly do the calculation. So here, if you see, the overhead would be around 3,91,360. Then you do the entire whole calculation. That is if we consider the other component altogether as A and institutional overhead as B, then A plus B would be the total budget. Okay, so this is how the calculation works. Now, coming up, yeah.
For 5% only. You should just leave that.
So the thing is that if you are submitting teen science grant proposal, you have to consider 10%.
Okay, and what about the early and the senior one?
For fellowship, you don't get to put the overhead actually.
Okay,
so that is done by our side. So you
default.
need not have to bother about it. We will automatically calculate accordingly. And mostly all the institutions who work with India Alliance, they know that we give 10% overhead. So they very gladly accept it. So it's not a big problem on that aspect. They are getting the money, so they are okay with it. Okay, so now moving on to the support letters. See, letter of recommendation, letter of support is very much important. Why? Because it gives the committee as well as the reviewer the idea that how serious you are when you are selecting a person for a role in your application. So why I'm saying it? Because when you select a mentor, every year we take annual progress report, right? In every annual progress report, we ask the mentor to submit a letter of support every year. And the mentor will have to mention where the mentorship he or she did, how it was prior, like 1 year back, and how after the completion of 1 year, the things are moved on. So a mentor cannot escape. We will make sure that a mentor keep on, giving us information, and a mentor cannot send the same kind of information every year. We will always cross check. So it is why we are doing it, that we believe that anybody who is applying for a fellowship, no doubt they are good, no doubt they are best in their field, but it is always better to be associated with someone who is an expert in that field and the fellow is acceptable to new ideas. It is one of the very important factors, even during the interviews. There has been that the fellow is tremendously good, absolutely brilliant applicant. It's just that applicant was not receptive of the ideas and all, and the committee felt very low because of that. All they wanted is the applicant to acknowledge the fact that, yes, I take your point and give a 2 sentence how that point can be incorporated in the work. And if at all they are not receptive of the idea, then they should give a reason, right? I do not think that this idea is relevant at this moment, and because of this reason. I understand there are negative things, but then the committee enjoys discussion. They love to discuss. We enjoy seeing the entire discussion happening. Do not, at least at the India Alliance, it is not a question answer. It is basically a scientific discussion which happens. It basically like you have gone to, a conference giving your talk, your science, and there are like, eager faces in front of you who have a lot of questions to ask, and they want to discuss your science, they want to contribute in their way. This is how it works here. And that is the reason, and it is always better. It's not only India Alliance, anywhere, I think everywhere who are panel member, they would enjoy talking science, right? So then that is the reason why if you have a good mentor, the mentor gives a lot of information, you incorporate that, you include it into your work. Similarly, collaborators with whom you are going to collaborate. Now, the supporting letter, the letter of supports which you receive from these roles, they basically are, they basically talk a history about you. Maybe the mentor is new, so we cannot expect too much from it. But the letter which comes from your prior supervisors, PhD supervisor, postdoc supervisor, sponsor, if you have already worked in that institute or the same department, then certainly the HOD understands you, right? The HOD knows you. And the HOD believes that you want to take a leapfrog, step ahead, and you want, and this is your vision and everything, right? So it is always better them to write all those information in the letter of support. We read the letter of support very thoroughly. We do analyze an applicant, a person, even through the eyes of their mentors, their supervisor. But yeah, certainly, if you feel that it is not good, that other person's perspective should define us, we agree with it. It's not absolute, it is not everything. We just take those information, and as I said, that there has been time that the applicant didn't say that these are the achievements, rather it is the postdoc supervisor or PhD supervisor who has given more information, right? And that actually helps. That actually helps for us to put our case forward, why I believe this applicant is good enough to go to the next step. So always know who to ask, keep them in the know. Clearly indicate why the applicant. So if you are providing your letter of support for any of the applicant to India Alliance or anywhere else for that matter, it is always, it is always better to mention why the applicant is an excellent choice, importance of the proposed work on a global and local scale, how they propose to support the applicant. Now, adhere to the format described by the funding agency. Sometimes funding agencies have a certain format in which the letter of support or recommendation is required. Sometimes there is no format. In our case, we do not ask for any format, but all we expect is that if there is a person who is providing us a letter of support, should have enough credibility information in the letter. So if it comes with a letterhead with a proper date mentioned, so it's not that we do not accept any letter which has been written 1 year back, right? We want a letter which has been written right now by somebody who knows you. So a date has to be there, then a proper signature has to be there, right? Yeah, so now this is one of the letter of support which we have received. So can you say this letter of support is good enough to be called an ideal letter of support? No, right? I can see a lot of faces doing like this. Yeah, it's not an ideal one because it is a very generic content. This do not give me any idea about the applicant. Science to wo likh raha hai. That is not important. I want to know about the person. How this person who has provided the letter of support has been associated with the applicant, what he or she knows about the applicant, how well he or she knows about the science of that applicant, the work that person is doing, and if there is any achievement he or she believes is worth mentioning in the letter of support of the applicant, should be mentioned there. Then there is no letterhead, name, signature is not there, no institutional stamp. So sometimes what happens that not everybody have a letterhead, rather they can use a stamp. So it is fine. We can also accept the stamp, but it is always, advisable to send a letter of support which has a letterhead, proper letterhead. Now, common problems in grant. So all applications benefit from editing. So vocabulary and grammatical errors have negative effect. We have seen a lot of reviewers sometimes have written that this English is poor. And because that person, and as I said, we do not, like at least India Alliance do not pay any remuneration or honorarium to the reviewers for reviewing the proposal. So you can well understand that they are going through an application which is of around, nearly 100 pages. And that person has very small time frame because mostly we send it all across the globe and they also have their own grant applications to write. They have a lot of manuscript to review and all those stuffs. Out of that, they're taking out some time. And if they see that the write-up is not in a proper English vocabulary with correct vocabulary and has a lot of grammatical errors, then it actually creates a negative impact. So they always, and it might end up, creating a prejudice. Before they even saw your science, they understood your science or they felt your science, they have this negative prejudice against you that this person has not put up enough effort, which he or she should have. Scientists are not trained writers, benefit from feedback. Scientists like to do science. Writing is not something, there are people who are excellent writers, but not everybody likes to spend time on writing. So whatever you write, whenever you write, get feedbacks, send it across your peers, mentors, let them go through it and give their feedback to you. Poor grantsmanship, as I said, fill up all the queries, whichever question have been asked, give as much as detail possible so that we also can connect with our applicant. Lack of expertise. Sometimes your proposal actually shows there's a lack of expertise when you're writing a proposal. If you, as I said that, as I given an example, that mouse number calculation, right? So the fact that you forgot or anybody forgot to mention number of mice required for dose optimization study basically gives an idea that person lack expertise in such kind of studies to be done, right? So just to avoid any such kind of opportunity where people can feel that you lack expertise, always get feedback, share it with your collaborators and mentors. Everyone knows that syndrome. Being too close to your work, you lose objectivity. You think that, okay, this is very common, I need not to go in details with this. No, you do not have to have any kind of, prior presumptions that people will be knowing this. I need not have to elaborate on it. Elaborate. If you feel that is needed and you need to elaborate in order to make sure that from your side you're not lacking on anything, elaborate. Poor grantsmanship, in a sense, applications have a lot of sections, right? They have a lot of questions. So it is better to take your time and answer all those queries. Right? Those which are not relevant, certainly write that this is not relevant or not applicable, but for other things which are which you think are relevant, you always answer them. Yeah, there are certain things which actually we need it, and you think it is not relevant from your angle and you wrote not NA, then that is also a poor grantsmanship. So we expect you. So for example, it's written, have you done work on a clinical trial? You have not done. You can write not applicable. But if there is a question, write about your scientific career, you think it is not relevant for you to spend time on writing a long history of your scientific career. That doesn't mean it is not relevant for us. It is relevant for us to know, right? So answer the questions properly. Do not leave anything incomplete. Do not fill up or write anything absurd as an answer, which can bring, negative, which can give a negative feeling about the applicant. Be your own critic. Always be your critic. When we are doing science, it is better to be critical. None of us are perfect. We are always doing science. Science is the one which can on any time show us that how less we know about the thing we are working on, right? So there will be a lot of instances, troubleshooting, experiments going wrong when we get to know, when we are at our absolute low, and we get to know that we are not always correct. So be your own critic, look into the proposal in the same format, and again, get feedback from people. So learning from rejection. So October 4th, 2021, he got the Nobel Prize, and exactly you can see in the Twitter one, October 22, 2021, he announced that he got a rejection for an NIH grant, right? So just a rejection do not define your capacity as a researcher. It do not define your capability as a researcher. So at the moment, if the funding agency have not provided you the grant or have declined your application, it do not mean that your science is not as good as anybody else. It is always good. It is always appreciated. Whichever application in our case reaches a full application round, we always appreciate those applications. We believe there is some strength, some quality in the applicant as well as in the application, and because of which they have reached to that round. But then there is always a limitation of fund, and there are always rules and regulations which we have to abide by. And based on the cohort, mostly on the cohort, the kind of applications we receive, we think, or our panel believes, that at that moment or that round, maybe the application is not good enough to be awarded. So you're not alone. Give yourself time, share your setback, look for ways to improve and get feedback. Again, it's much of a marketing document as an intellectual document. Good luck with your grant application and fellowship. Thank you. So if anybody has any more questions, you can always ask me. Yes. Actually, these are the presentations which we use for other places also. It's our like scientific communication. We do not share this thing, but before every there are webinars and all things happen. We do share our content can be available on YouTube also. So you can look into the YouTube. Maybe not these part, at least you have already taken picture and all, right? So maybe not these slides, but there are other presentations which we have. They are always there in the YouTube. You can always look into them. For any further information, you can always go to our website and try to find out information. For any query, you can write to us at info@indiaalliance.org.
Any capping on the equipment budget?
Equipment budget capping, no, only for early career. It is there that they cannot ask for total equipment of more than 10 lakhs. Because we believe that the fellowship supervisor already has an established lab, and the fellow is going to take advantage from there. But for intermediate and for senior fellowship, there is no cap as such. So if you have already, the reagents are already there, all you need is the equipment to process it, and you don't need much from the miscellaneous part. You can have that from your grants, or your host institute is going to take care of that. Then you can always request for more equipment. Yeah, but then justification has to be very strong.
Okay.
As I said, anything if it is more, then certainly the committee is going to ask question on that.
Thank you.
I will have to look into it because I am not that clear about these other grants because every funding agency have their own state guidelines and all. You have to go through it. So in that case, we look into that whether that proposal need any extra money or not. So it's like an extra opportunity which we give to our applicant to. So for example, as I said, that a computational person who absolutely work on core computation, that person only need your server. With respect to supercomputer, they cannot certainly have a supercomputer. They can access supercomputer in the other institutes, and they need computer and softwares. That is it, right? So certainly, the amount they request is not as high as any other experimental biologist. So in that case, then we understand. We understand, but still, as a precautionary, we do inform them that we believe it's under budget. If you want to make any changes, do let us know if that is the case. But whereas in the case of experimental or any other proposal which we receive and we believe that more fund can be requested from here, in that case, we always inform them. So, I mean, yeah, so now the thing is that if you are doing sequencing study and you request for the same study, if you are requesting a reagent till 50,000 or 60,000, then we understand that you are not in a correct position to understand how much requirements will be required to complete that study, right? So that is also the under budget. When I'm talking about under budget, if it is justifiable, it is fine. But if it is not justifiable and under budget, then it gives us an idea that you do not hold the expertise which you are expected to hold, right? Because a person who is expert exactly knows how much and what would be the cost of their reagent and how much amount they should request for it. So that kind of idea gave us, but then again, we do not hold prejudice on that. That is just an idea we get out of it, and we just inform the applicant that if you would like to revisit your finance part, then you can do that. Yeah. I mean, you can request for it. Now, the thing is that now, as I said, the computational one, part, in that case, it is justified. That can go ahead with the interview and all if get selected, and if get awarded, they cannot get that much amount. The problem what happens is that it has happened like one of our applicant from clinical background, she requested very low. And because she requested very low, by the fifth year, she was in a very big trouble. She was juggling between, her salary. She was saying, okay, I will not take my salary. I will ask for a position in the host institute. Why don't you transfer my salary to the transferable fund? Right? So those are the issues then the applicant comes across. We are like, okay, fine, if that is what you want. But that person is losing out on that independence, right? Once you are associated with once you are deriving salary from the host institute, they will ask you to do some admin job. Right. So you are basically, if you are supposed to, devote 90% of your time for the active research, you are unable to do it because you have to teach, you have to do admin job, and you have to do the research. Then your time gets compromised. Then again, we will raise the point that your time commitment is getting compromised, how to take care of it. So all those things come across. So it is always prudent to be very, practical about the amount you are actually asking for.
Hello.
Yeah.
How one can apply for the mission project? Because Government of India, for example, they have several mission project like floriculture mission, aroma mission, fiber mission, but I have not found any link which is we can directly apply in the mission project.
So, for example, the funding agencies like India Alliance, we do not change our remit, right? So you can always avoid going to India Alliance, but you can keep yourself updated. But a funding agency like ours do not change. But then, as I discussed in the morning, that sometimes the government's focus changed, right? In the G20 summit, which it happened, it totally moved to the climate change and all those aspects. And the government was advocating for climate change and all. Now, the funding agencies like DBT, not CSIR, rather I would say DBT, would be ideal one than DST, who will be more prone to, have that extra budget allocated to them by the government so that they can start funding for these. So in that case, then you have to find out, identify those funding agencies accordingly. Now, if you say that climate change and all, yes, ICMR, I mean, everything impacts health, right? So ICMR must be there. But now, if you have DST, you have DBT, and you have ICMR, who have the better chance of or maximum probability of going towards funding such kind of work? It would be DBT and DST. So like that you can start searching, but certainly you should not be limiting yourself from any other search. You can go to all the funding agency, look into it, any kind of new funding area have come up within their remit or not.
Thank you very much.
Hello, hello, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Sir, I want to know, you have told about the active career gap. So, what kind of career gap you consider?
So, for example, if it is a female applicant, generally they have pregnancy career gap, right? They need maternity leave as well as after the childbirth. They need, sometimes they end up not leaving science for a brief period of 6 months or 1 year, and then they join another lab. So that period can be is an acceptable career break. Then sometime somebody joins industry just after PhD, they join industry. So, and if they're joining industry and not publishing, they're not doing active research. Rather, they are part of something the institute, the organization is doing. Do not publish any paper, and then again join back the active research part. So that duration can be considered as an active career break. Then sometime during this COVID time, mostly it happened that somebody's parent was not well and that person had to leave the postdoc and return back to India. And then later on, once things got resolved, then he or she went back for postdoc or continued working in India. So that period of gap can be considered as an active non-research gap. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. It was a very insightful presentation, and I hope all we have learned so much about grant writing. Now, before lunch, before lunch, we request there is another session after lunch, and we are starting with this because we have 1 hour left for our lunch. So I request Ms. Himanshri Bhattacharya, please resume with your session. That is effective oral presentations. Over to you, ma'am.
So, hello everyone. Um, so today we are going to talk about presentation skills, both the written presentation and the oral ones. So let us begin. I'm sure this seems like a very, very simple, very kind of something everybody knows. And this is something that is given the least importance. But after you move on from your, grant, whatever grant you have written for, there'll be some stage you will be going for an interview. So first, let us start with a few general pointers, and then we will go to a few specific ones for grants. So, okay. Some general things that we need to remember while writing a presentation is that we have to remember the fonts. These are very small things, but to remember the fonts that we use. It should not be everything. Even in this presentation, you'll see certain mistakes. Some of them are deliberate to just be explain why and why these issues come up. Usually, when you go for certain kind of presentations, you are already told which font you have to use. They specify the font and then you have to accordingly use it. But in case you aren't given, then you have to use fonts which look readable, which are easier to read. And in this case, we say to always to use sans serif fonts. So serif fonts means something which has a tail kind of thing and goes on to the, it's like writing. And when you have a lot of information written, then this makes it very distracting to read. So imagine yourself sitting in an interview with a slide with 2-3 sentences, and somebody is trying to read while also trying to talk to you. So it becomes difficult. So there's a very small point, but this needs to be remembered. Avoid using all capital letters. Nowadays, not only in presentations, also in emails, we do a lot of writing. We do a lot of it, and capital letters are actually have become equivalent to screaming. You know, so if I have to, shout loud at you, we'll sometimes, if we get angry, we put it in all capitals. It is considered rude nowadays. So avoid using capital letters, not only for that reason, the reason is difficult to read. Just look at the sentence below. It is a bit difficult to read compared to if I had written it like the first one capital and rest ones in normal. Again, another important thing I asked is that you should always avoid noisy backgrounds. They conflict with whatever information you are trying to give. Try to contrast like a plain white background with dark fonts or a dark background with white font. And also always choose the colors wisely. Which colors complement with the other color. So even in this slide, it's a bit noisy, of course, but then there is overall in this presentation, you see combination of colors. There's something called primary color and something called secondary colors of a theme. And when you use those colors, they gel with each other and does not make the presentation noisy. Avoid too many colors on the same slide and try to remain consistent. Just a moment. So can you see what is there in the yellow one? Can anyone read? Yeah, this is a bad color combination. It's very difficult to read. You may be presenting in different screens. Here I am presenting in a good screen, of course. You could read it, but if I was presenting in a very big screen, it would be difficult to read. So you should also test it out before going and presenting somewhere. You try to test it out, ask them to, run through a few slides, because there are always technical difficulties that come up. And these are things, last minute things that can make or break your carefully prepared presentation. You're already tense, you are going for a presentation, you are going to a seminar, and then something happens and people can't see the color or can't see the slide. uh, then it will be difficult. In fact, if I remember correctly, I had asked Shafali ma'am to provide me a picture of this hall so that I understand the lighting, understand the where we are standing, whether we'll be walking among you or whether we'll have to stand and talk to you, so that we can, accordingly make some adjustments. And you must have seen me sitting there in the corner making adjustments, in making some, I'm sending my slides again and again. This is because depending on the questions I'm trying to change, similarly depending on the what looks good and doesn't look good, we are changing. So these are some things you have to keep in mind before you go. So that you don't get tripped over by a small thing, and it seems like a silly thing to do then. Another thing is text. This is something many people tend to do, is that they would use long sentences and then start reading from the presentation, look back, read with my back to you. It doesn't seem good. You have to know your presentation, what you are giving, going to talk about in detail, and then only use a few words, so that the audience, as the audience, you are reading only 4 or 5 words here, so you are not being distracted by my presentation from my what I am trying to convey. And also, not using full sentences, also the presentation is not a replacement for you. It's not like you can stay at home and just send the presentation and it will work. The presentation is in combination with you. It's a tool that you are using to convey your ideas. So whatever keywords are there, only when you explain it makes sense. Presentation, many times people ask for presentations. I always tell that it's better to note the key points, uh, rather than take the presentation, because then you don't have the what the background that was given in the talk, or background that was there. Avoid huge blocks of text. This is similar. Avoid reading from the slides. This I have already mentioned. Okay. So next I'm going to, just a second. I'm having some problem with my presentation. Just sorry for the inconvenience. There's some problem that I'm not able to look at certain parts, so will just correct it. Okay. Can we share again? Should I share? Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience. So we discussed about text. Now we are going to another part. Your slides probably, your data and information probably looks like this. You would not have some simple, we are giving very general ideas here, but you can see this. How much time would you it take for you to read this? Quite a lot of time. There are some questions, there are figures, there is a lot of text over here. If we go to the next slide, you will see like this. Then the key points, use bullet points, and then the same idea can be conveyed along with the. So this is what I'm talking about. What's the difference between how people see when you try to present? And it makes a lot of difference when you're trying to convey some very important idea and you won't have a chance to, meet those people again. Okay. Now you must have seen some very fancy things going on. Visuals. Use of visuals is very important. You should, try out your slides and see what kind of visuals you want to do. Now, in our slides, we were using a lot of comics, lot of cartoons, and other elements here and there. But these elements have to blend with each other. You can't just pull everything. You have 4 different points, and if you take 4 different pictures and put them, it looks very odd, very disorganized, and then it will not be of much help. So try to have a simple visual in each side of your scientific presentation, a visual that will hold interest and not take much time. Avoid fancy transitions too much. I showed you why. It is already clear. It doesn't look good. Even if you are using some kind of transition from one slide to another, please keep it the same throughout. So I'm keeping one visual. So just another is data, figures, and tables. You will always have a lot of data with you. You need to understand and try to secure it, which is the data that goes with your slide, the topic you are talking about. You do not need to go through the entire thing of how you arrived at the data, the prior data, 3-4 tables. And again, if you're showing a table, then don't show the graph and don't show the. Choose which data, which table or figure represents your data the best, and show that. And maybe if there are questions about it, you can put a link somewhere and you can show them the other things. Always avoid too much. Only put what you plan to explain. Again, do not put on your slide anything that you are likely to skip. If you don't want to emphasize on that, then do not put it, because then it seems like you're missing out and people would be looking at your slide and looking at you, and then they will feel like there's something missing here. Now, we will go to the oral presentations. Oral presentations are where you may have a presentation with you, or where you may not also have a presentation, but you will have to present your idea to a grant committee. Suppose you have gone through the grants already, and then you have to now present your idea there. You have to have these 3 things in correctly. strategy, understand the purpose of communication. So yesterday also during our science communication talk, we discussed about communicating for the audience, who the audience is and what they want to know. You can't go to an audience who's versed with your topic, probably are experts in your topic, and start from the beginning is what the cell is and how it works and everything. It is not necessary for them. They already know the mechanism, skip to the point. But at the same time, if you feel that there are a lot of experts, there will be experts who are not so familiar with that particular mechanism. Again, don't assume too much. It should be in such a way that you don't take a lot of time wasting, the basics, but at least you touch upon the basics and go to the mechanism. Then have a structure. Yesterday we talked about the story. Even Soumya had spoken about developing a story in a story form. So have it in a logical manner. How you are going from point A to point B, point B to point 3. Have proper organization of your slides in the same manner your idea and your talk is going to flow. Use visual aids and use supplementary material wherever necessary. Then your own style of presenting. That also makes a lot of change. So if when you are presenting, especially in the case of interviews, either it's a job interview or it's a interview for a grant, you always are tensed. You are likely to be worried, tensed, and these are things we do not think about beforehand, because beforehand we are busy preparing. But you have some kind of way of presenting. You need to ask people to look at your presentation critically and ask them to give you a viewpoint, because there are people who need to be enthusiastic. You need to be very focused. You need to love your you need to believe in your grant so that you can get the message across. But at the same time, you should not be defensive. You should not be offensive. You should have control. The tone should be controlled. The gesture should be controlled. You should maintain eye contact. So there are a team of 5 people, or there are a lot of people sitting here, and you can't only focus on the person who is asking the question, because maybe the person who is asking the question may not know about it, but the size of someone on or to his right or left is already well versed in it and maybe listening to you more carefully. So you have to give them proper attention. Enthusiasm does not equal loudness. Now, this has not come across in my slides for some reason. But in this, I want to say enthusiasm does not equal the loudness. You do not have to be very loud. You have to also be mindful of your tonality. It should not be in a droning voice, like I said yesterday. You should have try to modulate your voice, emphasize on what is important, and then take pauses, take pauses, give them time to understand, and then move on to the next. It should not be like I'm understanding the purpose of communication structure, developing I can't read like this. But oftentimes we have seen that in interviews, people's it happens automatically because you're tensed. 10 people are looking at you, judging you, or you will be judged, and you tend to lose. So if you practice it ahead and try to notice these things, not only your science that you are presenting, but also how you are structuring, how you are styling, how you are talking, it makes a lot of difference. Before you even start preparing your slides for your talk, in case it is a talk which requires a slide, or even in your writing, if you're writing for your oral talk, write why. What is the purpose? Why you are doing this work? What is the requirement in this field of research? What is it that you want to achieve by that? Then look at who the audience is. Audience may be experts, audience may be non-experts, audience may be experts from 5 or 10 different fields, and how you need to strategize, how you will put across the message so that the experts don't get bored, at the same time the non-experts don't lose, don't, it doesn't go above their head and they keep trying to grasp what's happening. Then what the content, we have already spoken about the content, how we'll structure the content. Another thing is when. Your timeline, when do you propose to do this? Now I propose to do this. When is it at the beginning of your journey you are doing something, then after this, so which month, after 6 months you plan to your ideas? So please note that. Where are you going to do that? In case of this 5 W's go of everywhere. Like if I am trying to give this talk, why, my purpose, what do I want you to know, why I am giving this talk, who you are, the audience, what is the content I want to tell you about oral and written presentations, what is my constraint, I have 1 hour for this talk, what is the space constraint or any other constraint that I have a space constraint because I have to be within this area and I cannot use certain I may be somebody who likes to walk around, but at this time I won't be able to, so I should be mindful of this and get used to this and be ready for this. Again, know your audience. They may be tired, they can read, so I don't have to explain a point again and again, but use it the same thing. Like if it's there in the slide, I may not have to read it, they can read. They may have read the abstract. You need to know, if you are giving a abstract book beforehand, in conferences they give abstract books, so there are people who read and people who don't, so don't always assume that they will read, but they may have read. So while answering their questions, always keep this in mind. They're thinking, why should I listen? It happens to all of us. And non-experts will tune off in 2 minutes, and experts, of course, in 5 minutes. So you have to do something to keep their attention. Your beginning is very crucial. How you begin your slide, like I said yesterday, your hook or key or important vision is very important. But the rest of it is also very important so that you maintain the tempo. Now, the first 2 minutes. Before you even start, people begin evaluating because there's a previous speaker, so there's a tone set, there is a choice of template, there's an info and clutter on my opening slide. If it is there, all of it, then you will be like, this presentation doesn't look good. If adjustment of mic has problem, you can't hear properly, there is no issues with laser pointer, there's demeanor related issues, the person is just I know there, when a person talks from the stage, you get to know a lot about the person because he or she will talk in a way. Some people have a way of projecting that I am the expert and no one knows everything else. Some people carry the audience with them. So what is the demeanor of the audience will also depend. So you have to be very conscious of who you are. Your body language also matters a lot. Your tonality matters a lot. And there are many other things that you need to note. So your first slide should not be an overview slide. Unless you have a very long presentation and you want to give, don't start with the overview slide of what I am going to talk. Start with some kind of idea that this is my vision of how I'm going to do my research, or this is my paper about, and then you move on to the overview slide. Start with a question or a motivating example. Again, like Soumya said, you must have listened to TED Talks. There are very good scientists who, talk about their science, but they start with a very interesting question or interesting example from their life. They're going to the supermarket, something happens to them, and then they are talking about relating it to the behavioral science of the psychology, or then the neuropsychology of the child. So the linkage is important. That is the hook, and the hook is not only for the scientific communication with lay audience. It is also important for communicating to other experts. show the magic, conclusion goes first. Make the audience wonder how you will get there. This is mainly in case of a larger audience. And use a figure and text only. If you only use text all the time, that makes it visually boring. So sometimes if you can replace it, like yesterday we talked about analogies, the same thing goes here. If you can use a picture, don't use too many words. So there are different types of presentations. There are different times. There is the content remains the same. Suppose you are doing certain amount of area of research, we have this tendency that we will have a research. Somebody asks us for a talk, and we pull out that same slide deck and carry it for that research. But then for that talk. But then the time is different. Somewhere like the India Airlines interview, this is just one of the examples, or any sort of, right? You will have only 5 minutes to talk about your work. And other places like a departmental talk, conference, or you are invited speaker, you can probably go on talking for half an hour, and there is no such set time limit. So how do you proceed in both these cases? In a small 5 minute kind of time limit, you just have to tell the main points, introduce yourself if required. Otherwise, in case of interviews, people already know it, so you don't have to give a full detailed introduction. You can just say your name and proceed. Your message, in case of a talk like this, or in your idea, whatever your message you have prepared, and then strong call to act upon your message. Or in case of interview with suppose any other funding agency, you will talk about the conclusion of what you are going to do and how you want to proceed, a concluding statement. In the other way, it is like intro slides, content slides, and final slides. This is what we are doing right now. You can add on any number of slides and then just make it in the form of a story. So here, when you have 5 minutes talk, how many slides will you take with you? 3 to 4 slides, maximum 5 slides. It's highly unlikely that you will be able to even go through all the 5 slides, because once you are introducing, you will also will spend sometimes more time on one slide. So try to keep it between like 3 to 5 or something like that. Don't make like 15 slides. It is not possible. You may want to tell everything, but then you will have to pick and choose what you want to tell, and then we'll discuss what to tell next. In the other part, you can of course have 12 to 15 slides, or more than that if you have more time. So about structuring your presentations, what are supposed to be in the intro slides? The need for the presentation, why it is, what the need for your work, the main message, and a preview of what we are going to talk about. Then you move on to the points. There is point 1, then that will have several sub points. There will be point 2, several sub points, and again so on. So yesterday when we were discussing science communication, we moved to first sub point, why it is important. Then we moved to the second sub point, how to do it, and then we went for resources. So there were several sub points, and with points, and within that we had several points. So those were my content slides. And then the final slide says conclusions, why you should it is important, and then with a closing remarks, and that's what it should be. You should not, many times we do include a thank you slide, but it is suggested not to include a thank you slide, because the last slide usually stays up for long. People begin asking questions, the slide is in the background until someone asks you to move to the earlier slide. You will always be set in the thank you slide. So at India Airlines, we have this policy of our last slide being our address and our email IDs, so that while I'm discussing or answering somebody's question, the others can jot down some important information. Now don'ts. Now we'll move to don'ts of some of the slides, mainly the data related slides. In this, one slide, we have like a combination of 4 or 5 slides. This is also something a lot of people who come for the 5-minute interviews, they tend to do, because you want to do it all. So many people, what they do is they will bring 4 slides together and make it 1 slide. तो 4 slide का data एक slide में डाल के slide कम हो गया. Slide तो कम हो गया, but the time has increased. In this case, it's a bit different because it's the same data being represented in 4 different ways. You need to choose which is the data that looks, that conveys your message, probably 1 sentence, and then go ahead. So you have to choose which data is the best representation. There is no particular way. Prescriptive way. You are the best judge of it. And next slide, there was one that in this particular case, the person chose and went on to explain it in a simpler manner. So this is what not to do, and this is what to do. You could have picked the other paragraph if you felt your study is more easily explained by this one, and you need this data to be seen. Another thing that you should not do, we have all understood the point of the concept of using bullet points. We have already discussed in one slide how to convert one paragraph into many bullet points. But at the same time, you should always be mindful that there should be so many bullet points. Like you can read it here, too many bullet points take away from the central message that you want to give. Again, it causes the same problem that we are trying to escape. That is, people have to keep on reading the slide. It should be like 3, 4, 5. In every of my slide, you will see there are not more than 3, 4. But I am going to contradict myself because there are few slides I have crammed a lot of things, and you will see how different it is. Like in this slide, it is easy to read for you, but in other slides, it may not be. In the acknowledgement slides, you should always recognize all who have helped you, all who have guided you, your supervisors, your lab members, collaborators, funders, and institutions. And your last words, of course, will be thank you. But try not to end with a thank you slide. Even if you write thank you, there should be another slide below that which has some kind of message. Because this will be up, as I already discussed for a long time. Last slide can be the summary of a talk. It can be website for further information, email IDs, some problem or some pictures talking about the gist of your entire idea. So let's move on to the next. Few more don'ts. We have discussed this. Do not read from the slides. Do not end your presentation abruptly. It should have a natural flow. Do not rush through the slides. Try to explain the points to people. Of course, avoid the phone. Face the audience and not the screen. This all automatically comes when you try not to read from the slides. Do not block the view of the screen. And if there are handouts, try to distribute it before and not during your talk. So now next is how to handle the audience, how to manage the audience. Prepare well and rehearse well before you start your presentation. Practice in front of your peers. So in this is not only about handling the audience, this is also related to any kind of presentation for grant. You always have to practice. Practice is something it is emphasized by all the people who face such interviews. Prepare for questions that audience is likely to ask. Take your time. Take your time to answer the question. Think about it. Answer the questions briefly. I'll go to this. This is a long one. Just a second. Yeah, and of course, do not argue with the questioner. In case I spoke about the tone, do not be aggressive. Put your point that yes, I have done this. I feel this is correct, but I understand from what point of view you are telling this, and I will look into this. Do not disagree if you are, you feel you are correct. Do not disagree in such a manner that the other person feels offended, because they are also experts from certain fields. And so prepare. Now we go to preparing for a grant review. The same points will come again in These are some common points. So this is just how you prepare for a grant interview. I wrote review, but give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, and I'll spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. We know this from our school days. So this is what it is all about. You have to prepare, and prepare. So the components of it, what will be necessary in your grant? What are the things they look for when you are going to prepare for your grant interview? So in this case, the research proposal is of course the most important. You need to talk about your research, but they will also want to know about your skills and research experience. What experience you bring? Why is it you doing? You are the one who's the correct person to do this, get this fellowship, and not anybody else. What is the uniqueness you as a person? Like we said, we are really, when it is a fellowship, it is a person-centric funding, and then the uniqueness of you should come out during a presentation. Your research in environment. So where is your research? You are going to do it. Where have you studied the place? Who are you going to, be working with? How, what kind of support you have? This is all very important for the interviewers to know. Research vision. How do you see the field? Your contribution from this proposal going on to make the field and enable make it yeah. I'm again talking about. So while preparing for a grant review, demonstrate your vision first. Try to explain your plan. What is your proposal? How it relates to the other advances that are happening. Please do not ignore the other advances or other things that has happened. Anything positive or negative review, you should always keep in mind. Demonstrate your ownership of the proposal, that you own the proposal, that is something you have created and you are going to take responsibility for the parts. Please demonstrate that. Always do not be overconfident that everything will turn out right. As scientists, all of you know that science always, your research would not go exactly in the direction you may have planned. There will be so many different challenges, be it in the lab, outside the lab, administrative challenges. There will be different set challenges. So plan for it. Always have a plan B for it. And have your mitigation plans, like how we will mitigate in case there are issues. There are of course going to be issues you can't always plan for. Nobody planned for COVID to happen, but we had to mitigate. But then when you have mitigation plans, it helps. Stress on the novelty of the proposal. Why your proposal is important. Like there are many other, if there are many other studies being done in the similar form, what is so different about your proposal? And it is very important to have the talk about the team that you are working with. Who is your collaborator? Who are the experts you are going to take help from, and the partners? And then show the expected outcomes where possible. Show the expected outcomes and what ideas you have for them. And your idea in the broader research area, like we talked about the vision. So some tips for such a going to it. Of course, arrive before time. This is again something you talk to in case of India Alliance, we will always send you information beforehand. Please read all the emails that you receive in detail. Do not miss out any point. Talk to the people in office. So if you have any doubts, arrive at the location, look at the location beforehand, wherever, in whichever city we are holding the program, please reach before time so that you are not flustered before going through your interview. This is a very basic thing, but it happens quite commonly. Memorize the key points. Do not memorize everything. It also shows through. When you are sitting for an interview, people can tell that you have memorized, Racha Marke bol diya. So it becomes difficult to, once you deviate from your script, somebody asks something and it becomes difficult to come back to it. But always memorize the key points so that you do not leave behind the very important things. Listen carefully. This is something what people in their agitation or in their stress do miss out. They do not listen carefully to the questions being asked. In case you don't understand, please check. Please ask them to repeat the question. They won't mind. And this is related to the next point. Answer the question. This is a very common mistake done in many interviews, be it grant or many other interviews. People listen to the question. They already have prepared so much in their head that the answer that flows out is kind of a rehearsed answer. Your question was something specific and you are answering a lot of things. So keep it specific, very specific to what was asked. What is the timeline of your proposal? Don't begin to tell why the timeline may divide and all that. That is not what is asked. What is the timeline you propose for your proposal? That's all. Keep calm. Try to keep calm and, take sips of water before you go in so that you do not feel agitated. Please, because this is very important to be aware of what all people are asking and suggesting and to behave. And of course, practice, practice, and practice. Practice is very important, and practice not only at home alone, practice with people who are not from your field. Don't practice in front of your friends in your department who are likely to say acha hai jaake deo. Practice in front of people who are likely to criticize you. Do not be afraid to take criticism. Make your the people committee members to ask them give mock interviews wherever possible. So this is a video from an old video from India Alliance. I hope it comes. I'll just show you certain parts of it. You can go to our website.
These are very important things that you may not normally think about, but that is what distinguishes an outstanding candidate from an average candidate. So enjoy the video and all the best.
Preparation is really everything. Preparation is 90% of the task, I would say.
There has to be a really good biological question underlying the application. And the applicant has to be clear about what that question is, and then they have to have a clear strategy for how they're going to answer that question.
What are your hypotheses and how you will address your hypotheses?
What is the importance of the questions that you are planning to address? And why is this the right time to ask those questions? What is it about the training that you've had and the work that you've done before and the expertise that you have acquired that makes you the right person to be doing the experiments to address those questions?
The applications that don't succeed are ones where the committee just don't know what the question is.
The applicant needs to have an encyclopedic knowledge of the area in which he or she is going to work on. They need to have clarity in terms of how they are going to approach the problem, what is the nature of the problem, what types of experiments will they do, what results would be the outcome of such experiments, what would it lead to in the future. So there should be a strong section on the background and what is currently known in the field and what are the holes and what is the motivation for carrying out this sort of experiments in the specific aims.
While it is about delivering a really good project, it's also about you as a person and developing you as a person. So having the necessary training built in to your proposal is important so that by the end of the proposal the committee can feel you really are a well-trained scientist who can go on to the next stage.
Many applicants make this mistake that they are not familiar with what's going on elsewhere in the world, so in the end they end up being critiqued for things that they should have known. And the other point I want to mention here is today biology is very rich in data, and experimental measurements often give rise to large amounts of data. Having good quality controls, having good data analysis is absolutely an essential component of the research. These are things which every applicant has to take seriously into account. in doing the analysis.
As you prepare for the interview, mock interviews are really very, very important. Very often mock interviews are much tougher than the actual event, so don't be too alarmed.
Where I work, nobody ever goes for an external interview without getting a practice interview with people like me first. And they always come back and saying, but they were so much nicer than you. And that's how it should be.
That mock should be a formal experience wherein you're asked to walk into the room. The committee is already assembled. It has a chair. They will tell you have limited time and they will ask you questions. I cannot emphasize enough the value of this sort of mock interview.
Get together people who have experience in interviewing, because you need to have a mock interview that really will inform you of what the genuine article will be like.
Mock interview should really be done at least.
Always ask people when they
summarize for us briefly what is your proposed project. So in other words, a short encapsulation of your project. Again, it's a question you can prepare for well in advance, and the timing here is crucial.
My suggestion to young people who make presentations is not to make each presentation slide incredibly complicated. This always leads to confusion in the minds of those who are interviewing them.
make sure that it's succinct, that it focuses not on what you plan to do, but what you plan to achieve. And then end up with a summary of this is how I'm going to achieve my goals, and this is why you should fund me.
The presentation should follow the following format. It should have number one, a stated objective of the proposal in the background and context of what is known. Number two, it should be the specific aims illustrated in very clear ways. Number three, there should be a statement of goals and what's the expected outcomes and what are the fault modes. And number four, there should be a clear timeline and milestones.
Applicants spend too much time telling us what
I will, you get an idea of most of the things that we discussed today here. So you can go to India Alliance website and look India Alliance YouTube channel and look for this some of this presentations. I will try to reshare my presentation. So you can watch this and other videos that are up on the India Alliance YouTube channel. And I would suggest you to keep, subscribe to us. I have mentioned this yesterday, also emphasized this yesterday, that please subscribe to us on any of the social media channels, LinkedIn, Twitter, because we send the same message that we are. If we have any more of these videos coming up, you'll be able to keep watching them whenever they are there. So some of the common problems, one second. Okay. Some of the common problems that committee members or even people who interview, or even us when we, understand is that if you have over ambitious proposals, proposals that give a lot of idea that we talked about, I want to cure cancer, I want to cure this form of cancer. So that aim to do everything. There are certain proposals not related to India Alliance, but in my earlier experience, there are certain proposals who used to give a lot of facts. It's like the policy of a government for the next 5 years. It's what an entire government is trying to do. A person has put in their proposal or a team has put in their proposal. So in spite of their having lofty goals, they could not bring it to practical levels. And this is something that is necessary for if we're giving a 5-year proposal, a 3-year proposal, it should be possible to do it in 5 years or 3 years, whatever the timeline is. Again, armchair thinking is something to be avoided. Armchair thinking is something you'll sit here and think about, opening a hospital somewhere there, and then you will want a MRI machine and some other machines. But what about the electricity there? How do you take the machine there? How, if some part gets damaged, how do you do? So all this kind of technicalities you cannot think sitting here. So you'll have to do your background check, everything. So armchair thinking is very much, a big mistake which can break your proposal. Inadequate expertise in your team. If you're proposing something new which you do not have a strong background in, and none of your team members whom you collaborate with can strengthen that point, then the committee will not be convinced, or anybody who is reviewing your project will not be convinced. Or something that has already been done but you do not know about it, like you may have seen in the video, they mentioned that you have to be aware of the current things that are happening in your field. If somebody has already done most of it and you are proposing it, there will be experts from your field definitely in your area. All of them not maybe, but there will be one or two experts always there, and they will be aware. So you cannot just expect them not to know about. They will of course know about all the latest developments. And letters of support we have already discussed in detail in our so these are some of the common problems. So this the first 4 points are something you should remember while planning your proposal, or even planning your grant, and telling them how and what, and because there will be questions about how you plan to do this, or what is your things that did not come across in your grant clearly. You may get a chance to explain them. So please avoid all these points. It's not moving. So here are some resources that can help you prepare for funding interview. Apart from India Alliance videos, you can go to different grant interviews and look through different kinds of grant tips from agencies, because each agency is their own. Wellcome Trust has their own, India Alliance has their own, NIH grants has their own. This government grants will have different tips for their interviews, so you will have to go through all of them. But the basic ideas, although they remain same, you have to be the specific things that they say, like font size, or what kind of font you can use, how many slides you can use. So those are things you need to always keep in mind. So mostly I'm done with my presentation, so I'm open for questions. So if there are anything you want to ask, please go ahead, or we can discuss during lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we can proceed for the lunch, and at 2:45 p.m. We will be meeting here again for the last session. Hello. Yeah, at 4:30, after the last session, there will be valedictory in which we will be distributing the certificates. So please be here for the valedictory.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think everyone is back from lunch, so we can begin with the last session for this workshop, funding schemes. So in this session, I will be taking you through the various funding schemes that are available at India Alliance and through their various aspects, and hope you guys will find something that is good for you and will apply to us. So Himashri gave a brief yesterday about us. So India Alliance is a public charity which is funded by Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and the Wellcome Trust UK. We are looking to fund and support research ecosystems and advance discovery and innovation in the field of human and animal health and welfare. So our journey began in 2008, where the fellowship programs of India Alliance in the field of biomedical research were launched with schemes in early, intermediate, and senior categories. Then in 2013, our clinical and public health fellowships were launched, same as biomedical. These are also in early, intermediate, and senior category. And Then in 2018-19, we launched our grant schemes, which are team science grants, clinical and public health research center grants, and the India Research Management Initiative, IRMI. So we'll be going through all these schemes in the following slides. So India Alliance grants and fellowships are trying to build research capacity in India and catalyze internationally competitive research. All of our committee members and say it peer reviewers, say it shortlisting committee members or the interview committee members are from around the world. We have top scientists in each field, and the committee can be as large as 16 to 15 members. And you can even find their details on our website. All the committee members in each scheme are listed there. So in a nutshell, if I tell you, so there are 3 research areas that we are funding: basic biomedical, clinical research, and public health research. In all these 3 research areas, we have early career fellowships, intermediate fellowships, and senior fellowships. This might give you a better perspective. And then in grants, we have team science grants, clinical and public health research centers. And in the clinical and public health research center grant, we have another component that is CRTP, which is Clinical Research Training Program, which comes along with the CRC grant, and it's optional if you can opt for it or not. And then in supporting research ecosystem is India Research Management Initiative. So we will start with fellowships first. So in fellowships programs, these are the key features that differentiates India Alliance fellowships from other fellowships. And these are, first is our emphasis on the lead investigator. The main emphasis. It does not matter who your collaborators are, who your sponsor is, or where you have come from or where you are going. Main is you and your capability in your science. Next is there is no restriction based on age or nationality. People from any nationality or any age group can apply. And due regard is given to non-research career breaks. So to fit in the eligibility criteria, which is around 15 years post-qualifying degree, if you have a research break during that duration, as Soumya was explaining in the session before, that can be deducted and you can fit into the eligibility criteria. There is no requirement for a salaried position or commitment towards a position. This holds no bar on your during the assessment of your application in the process. Then we have an online system through which applications are submitted and processed as we go, and we call it ISS. We encourage you to pursue interdisciplinary research. There is no boundaries regarding the discipline where your research should lie. We even look for committee members according to your research areas, not the other way around. Your research can be as interdisciplinary as you want. We give opportunities to develop international collaborations. So in every scheme, there are features where you can have different roles on the application from around the world. We encourage you to go to the best in the field and collaborate with them. And we provide the means to do that as well. I will go over the specific things that are there in the coming slides. Then the peer review process is international. It's a rule that we need international peer review. We try to not go for Indian reviewers and rather go for international, but there are some research topics or some projects which require Indian perspective also. So it depends on project to project, the kind of peer reviewers we approach. Then there is continued feedback on your application. Every application, when it goes to the full application stage, has a grant advisor. And that grant advisor is with you through the application process, handling all your queries and any problem that you are facing during the process. Then the funding is flexible and generous because we have two categories in our funds. One is ring fence funds, one is transferable funds. Ring fence funds mainly include, as Soumya was also telling in the morning, the salary, the overheads, and things like that. And the rest, the main budget part, which is equipment, material methods, support staff, and all that budget heads come into transferable funds, which funds can be transferred between the different categories. So in fellowships, the basic biomedical research has the criteria that the qualifying degree can be PhD, MD, DM in any discipline or an equivalent degree. And in early career fellowship, I think I'll come to fellowship wise in the next thing. And in clinical research, the qualifying degree is MD, MD, PhD, MS, DM, BDS, DM, BDS, sorry, or MPH or equivalent degree. Then in public health research, it is MD, MD, PhD, MS, DM, BDS, or MPH or equivalent degree. So MBBS and BDS are not eligible degrees. You need a higher degree to apply, and PhD is, of course, the eligible. Yeah. So if I go through the specific features, scheme-wise in basic biomedical, so in early career, the eligibility is from the qualifying degree, which I just mentioned, till 4 years post. From the last year of your qualifying degree till 4 years post that degree. In intermediate, it is from the qualifying degree 4 to 15 years. Like, yes. For public health, the qualifying degrees are MD, MD, PhD, MS, DM, BDS, or MPH or equivalent degree. It's the DM after BDS when they go through I think doctorate. Yeah. Yeah, after MD, DM comes. Yes. So DM, BDS is also there, right? No. Yeah, DM is different. No, BDS is not eligible. You need a master's in dentistry to be able to be eligible. BDS is not eligible. Maybe in writing, I have written DM wrong. It will be MDS. Yes. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that, and thank you for pointing that out. Okay. So I hope this is clear that in early career, it is from last year of qualifying degree till 4 years post that qualifying degree you are eligible. For intermediate, it's just 4 to 15 years post the qualifying degree. And in senior, also same, 4 to 15 years post the qualifying degree. Duration of all fellowships are for 5 years. Budget cap for early career basic biomedical fellowship is 1.7 crores for 5 years. For intermediate, in basic biomedical, it is 3.6 crores. And for senior, it is 4.5 crores for 5 years. Salary if you do not hold a salaried position at the host institution, you will be given a salary, and per year salary in early career is 10.36 lakhs. In intermediate, it is 13.82 lakhs, and senior, it is 16.12 lakhs. Then major equipment is not allowed in early career fellowships, but it is allowed in intermediate and senior fellowships. So in early career, we do not allow equipment of more than 10 lakhs because it is the understanding that since early career fellowship is a mentored fellowship, where you will be going to your fellowship supervisor's lab, so they will have the necessary equipment. While in intermediate and senior, we allow major equipment, and if the equipment cost is more than 50 lakhs, we ask for quotations. Under 50 lakhs, quotations are not required. Then support staff. In early career, we only allow one technician to be hired on the project, and that too not in the first year. It is the understanding that the fellow will be doing major part of the project themselves. So from second year onwards, they can hire a technician. In intermediate, we allow up to 2 support staff, including PhD students and postdocs. And in senior, up to 4 support staff, including PhD students and postdocs. Then work outside host institution is a major component of our fellowship, and this is something that sets us apart. So in this, you have the option to go to you choose an external sponsor on your fellowship, and you can go outside India. We provide sustenance for this, and you can work there in their lab. So in early career fellowships, we allow up to 2 years of work outside host institution, where you go there and you get 3,000 USD according to the current exchange rate per month during that BOHI period. Work outside host institution is in short called BOHI. So during that BOHI period, you get this sustenance, and you also get a to and fro allowance. In intermediate, we allow work outside host institution for 1 year with similar rules, 3,000 USD per month. In senior, work outside host institution option is not available. However, you can request for sustenance for travel to collaborators' lab for short visits or to any mentor's lab. Travel allowance.
What is the duration of that for the work outside home institution for seniors? It could be
for senior category, we don't have work outside host institution. So
But you said for a short visit.
Short visit. Because we don't give sustenance. We don't give the 3,000 USD. So it's up to you.
Okay.
How much you want to spend there.
So there's a question like what the host institution, can it be the same institution from where the early career fellow has done the PhD? Or you have to change the institution of PhD and the early career?
For work outside host institution?
No. To apply for a fellowship.
Okay. Yeah.
Has is it that the person who is applying for fellowship, the fellow can be from the same institution from where he or she has done the PhD, or you have to change the institution as the NPDF rules are there for the other grants?
Yes. So in our early career fellowships, we encourage people to move out of their host thesis environment and go out of their comfort zone and move to other institutions. This is continuing in thesis environment is not at all encouraged, and it can be a reason for decline too, unless the applicant justifies with strong reasons that their project is only sustainable in their current, in their thesis environment itself. Like we had a situation where it was a public health applicant from the public health category. They had set cohorts in their current institution, and their current project that they were applying was based on those cohorts. So it was not possible for her to move out of that institution, and that was duly considered, and that application went ahead from prelim round. So that is the way that things go.
Thank you. Another question is regarding the qualification, as you mentioned about the previous slide. Oh, in this slide as well, I guess.
Yeah.
So for the eligibility for the clinical, if I may see the previous slide, please.
Yeah.
Yes, for the clinical research as well as the public health research. So it is mentioned about the MD also. So MD, PhD. So this MD can be after any IU system of MD, graduation and then an MD, or you don't consider that?
You are talking about bachelor's in Ayurveda and then an
Ayurveda,
MD.
homeopathy,
That
any
is-
other IU system, and then an MD, and then a PhD in biomedical science. So whether you accept that or you don't.
So we see the first qualifying degree, and if you have done an MD, that will be the first qualifying degree.
Okay. So
Yeah, that will be considered.
Fine, thank you.
Am I okay? The first degree is considered. So MD will be considered. If you do a PhD after that, PhD won't be the degree we will be counting from. It will be the MD. Okay. So there is travel allowance for traveling to any conferences or visit to collaborators also. So this is 7.5 lakhs for early and intermediate and 10 lakhs for seniors. Then we give contingency for any unintentional costs that arise during the fellowship. These are also called flexible funding allowance at India Alliance. And these are 2.5 lakhs for early, 7.5 lakhs for intermediate, and 10 lakhs for seniors. So I think if there are any questions from this section, you can, yes. Medical insurance. No. Yeah, these are the sustenance charges and the travel tickets are there. Medical insurance, no. But you can use your transferable funds for that. Because we don't specify that this needs to be used. You can use your transferable funds. It's up to you. Yeah.
What is this guided by the TNC star, guided by research career trajectory? What does that mean?
This means that the support staff is like if it's up to you who you hire. Like if you are in a position that allows you to hire PhD and postdocs, then you can do that. But if not, you can also hire technicians. So it's up to you. And the grade pay of the support staff will be decided by you during the, when you will be designing the budget.
I was asking about the eligibility. The star is then a 4 to 15 years star.
Okay.
Guided by research career trajectory.
Yeah. So since the eligibility criteria for intermediate and senior is the same, 4 to 15 years, it's up to you where you see yourself if you want to apply for the intermediate or the senior category. So if you feel that you are in a position where you are established and you already have your independent research program going on, so you want to look to expand that, comes into the senior category. But if you feel that you are still in the place where you are trying to establish yourself in India, then you go for intermediate fellowship. Because the level of competition is very different in both these competitions. The kind of competition that you will see in senior and intermediate category is very different, and very established people apply for senior fellowships. You can also see our fellow profiles on our website, where you will find all the senior and funded senior and intermediate fellows holding India Alliance fellowships. and you can see the kind of work that they are doing. That also gives a very good perspective. Yes. 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 Hmm. Hmm. Yes. Okay, that's a valid query. So we are funding basic biomedical and public clinical research and public health. So when you are drafting your proposal, you can keep that in mind that these are the mandates. Okay. And for regarding the query that you have, you can send us a small abstract on email, and we can read through that to know exactly what's your plan, what's your strategy, and what's the final outcome that you are looking into. And then we can respond to you if this falls into the remit or not. That way, you won't have to fill the application, and you will know beforehand, and it will save you also time if you will be eligible for this or not. And regarding expanding our research areas, that is currently under talks, and we are in the process of signing for phase 3 of India Alliance. So we are looking forward to a lot of changes. So let's see what's come through and what doesn't. Yes, you can totally write to us at info@India Alliance. All the emails are read by the grant advisors itself, and every email goes through the system. So writing to us is the best way to communicate. Yes. Yes. Yeah. It will depend on how you are taking the research. Like in clinical and public health, clinical study is a part of the research proposal. But if in the pharmaceutical side, if you are working on a formulation which will be tested in vivo, and then you will be submitting the proposal, then it comes in the basic biomedical category. But if it has clinicians involved and involves a clinical study where you are using human samples or participants, or it's taking more of a clinical side, then it will come into the clinical and public health. It's not mandatory for it depends on more on the proposal than the trajectory of the person. Okay, you can fall even though you are a clinician. No, even though you are a PhD and non-clinician, you can apply for clinical and public health grant also, according to your proposal. What? Formulation development should fall under the basic biomedical category. Clinical and public health. Yeah, PhD is also fine. PhD or MD. Yeah. Yes. I am in the next slide. I think everyone is clear with this table, so I'll move to this. These are the provisions for clinical and public health category. So what happens? We have an increased budget and salary component in this category to account for the time that clinicians are giving, leaving their practice in research. But this upgraded salary won't be given if you don't have a clinical degree, even though you are getting a clinical and public health fellowship. So that's the difference that comes from having a degree, clinical degree and not having a clinical degree. You will get the salary component from the basic biomedical one. Yeah. But the amount of research fellowship is higher in the clinical and public health scheme. So the main difference between the basic biomedical scheme and the clinical and public health scheme is the eligibility criteria, which is same from last year of qualifying degree to 15 years post qualifying degree for all early, intermediate, and senior in this category. And the budget head is a bit higher than by basic biomedical, with 1.9 crore for early, 3.8 crore for intermediate, and 4.7 crore for senior. Similarly, salary is also a bit higher in this category. Another difference in basic biomedical and clinical and public health scheme is that we provide more flexibility on support staff. Since here also by rules, early career is not allowed support staff. Intermediate is similarly allowed 2 support staff and senior 4, same as basic biomedical. But since if the project requires field staff, these committee gives flexibility on the number of support staff. But a proper justification needs to be provided. And as in basic biomedical, here you will choose according to your career trajectory where you stand and which scheme you want to apply for. You want to apply for early, intermediate, or senior because the eligibility is same. It is you who will put your application in the right pool for competitiveness. So India Alliance, with respect to discipline, has funded research in all these different disciplines. So we go from development biology, epidemiology, clinical research, clinical practice, genetics, to health services research, bioengineering, biophysics, endocrinology, cell biology. We cover all sorts of domains. So I come to roles on the application. So you, when you are applying, are the lead applicant. Yeah. We even have projects on dentistry, toxicology, ophthalmology. You might be the first one. So the lead applicant is you, who will be applying to us. Then fellowship supervisor. In early career fellowships, there is a requirement of a fellowship supervisor in whose lab you are present and will be conducting the research. The fellowship supervisor is the signatory. It's like for submitting the application, you will need his final approval and you will be present in their lab for the next 5 years. So it's a mentored fellowship. Next is supervisors providing letter of recommendation. It is advised that letters of recommendation are taken from people whom you have worked with the most, and they hold a lot of value during the application process. Then there is a sponsor. For all early, intermediate, and senior, all 3 fellowships, there has to be a sponsor who holds authority at the host institution where you are proposing to hold this fellowship, to have the signatory authority to assure you lab space and to be able to sign to India Alliance's policies and conditions. They need to make sure that the host institution is able to provide us the financial structure that is required for the administration of the fellowship. These are usually the directors or head of department. Then external sponsor. This is the person whom you are proposing to go for work outside host institution. They might be the leaders in the field. They can be in India or abroad. Work outside host institution can be availed both in India and abroad. But if your host if you are doing it in India, you won't get the 3,000 USD sustenance. Yes. So the external sponsor is optional. You might opt for it, might not opt for it, and it's only for early career and intermediate fellowships, not for senior. Mentors are mandatory to be on early career and intermediate fellowship. Mentors are people who are leader in the field. They have to provide a mentoring plan for the course of the fellowship. They have to be very well versed in the topic of the proposal that you have proposed, and to be able to give their insights. And every year they will have to provide a letter stating the progress that has been made on the project. So mentors are optional only for senior fellowships. Early and intermediate have to have mentors on it. And collaborators are totally optional on all schemes. It is advised and appreciated to have collaborators, because then your science can be more foolproof, if especially when it's interdisciplinary projects. And all these roll on the application have to provide letter during the application process. And they have their own logins on our online portal. They have to log in, upload the letter and submit for you to be able to submit the final application. Any questions? Yes. Yes. But you don't have need to add them twice. When you are adding them as external sponsor, that is enough. They can collaborate also. So it's not necessary to add the same person twice in different roles. One role is enough, and it becomes self-explanatory. Yes. The host institution where the fellowship funds go has to be in India. You have to be in India, but you can go if in early fellowship for 2 years and intermediate for 1 year out to an institution you have recognized outside India and work there for 1 year or 2 years according to the type of fellowship. Yes, that is the maximum. People also do that. They choose multiple external sponsors, and it's like they go to for 3 months to one person's lab, then 3 months to another person's lab. So they also do it that way. So it's not like that. It's like the total duration is 2 years. You can cut it in different parts and design it according to your proposal. Yes. Okay, the number of fellowships that we are giving. See, numbers are not specific because it depends on the committee, how many proposals they deem fit to be awarded. So we don't have numbers. It depends on the competitiveness. If more are competitive, more will be awarded. It comes to like that. So it depends on the committee. But we see the award rate is 10% of the total number. So, and we have these lists on our website also. So you can check there and that will give you an idea. Yeah. Yeah, sponsor is, okay, I did. Sorry. Yes, a sponsor is a person in a role of authority at the host institution who can assure that you will have lab space during the tenure of the fellowship. They can sign to our costing policies and have saying in the finance department that they will be able to administer the fellowship according to India Alliance policies and conditions. They are usually directors or HOD at the host institution. Okay. Supervisor is the person providing letter of recommendation whom you have worked with. Mentor is someone who is the person who is leader in the field on the proposed project, the proposal that you are trying to do. India Alliance funds cutting edge science. You need to advance the level of the science at international level. So having a mentor is the best advantage that you can have. If you are going into biomarkers, the person who is best working on biomarkers in the world, choose them as your mentor. Try to have them on board. So that will give you the edge that is needed. And their mentorship will also help you in putting up a better proposal. So it's not that just for the fellowship to have a mentor. It's like approach these people and get their guidance in your research. That is how this aspect of the fellowship is to encourage that kind of collaboration. Okay. Yeah. External sponsor has to give us a letter saying that they are happy to have you at their lab for early, for say maximum 2 years, or for intermediate for 1 year, and they are ready to host you and collaborate with you and provide the necessary lab facilities to be able to do your work. Yes. Okay. Moving on. So call for India Alliance fellowships were launched on our website. Check the eligibility and submit your applications through ISS. Now I will give you a small preview of the grants application cycle for fellowships. So first we have a preliminary fellowship, which includes majorly your CV, a 750-word abstract, and letters of recommendation. Then this goes through screening, and then if you clear that eligibility, mainly depending on eligibility and remit of your proposal, you will be invited for full applications. In full application, for early, you have to provide a research proposal of 2,800 words, for intermediate for 3,500 words, and for senior 5,000 words. Support letters, and it's an elaborate application at the full application stage. For basic biomedical, there are lesser number of sections, and for clinical and public health, the application is even longer because you have to give details of your research training, how as a clinician you have research training, and how you moved here and now you are proposing this proposal. Then you have to give details of any clinical study that are there. There are various sections in the application. And also at the full application stage, there is one thing for you to note is the resubmission policy. So in the prelim round, if you to full application round, if you submit a full application, say you are submitting it for an intermediate fellowship, and your full application then goes through peer review, then later you are declined, then you cannot submit another application in the intermediate fellowship or early fellowship. To that scheme or a lower scheme, you cannot apply again. Then you can only apply to senior category if you apply again. So if you are declined at preliminary application stage, you can apply to us again in the same scheme. That is not a problem. But if your full application is submitted and you have gone through peer review, then you cannot apply to the same scheme or a lower scheme again. You will have to apply to the senior category. So that's the resubmission policy at India Alliance. Then after your full application is submitted, what time? Okay. So after the full application is submitted, it goes through international peer review. Then we have received the peer reviews on the application, then it goes through the shortlisting by the selection committee. And the selection committee also goes through your applications and give their own comments along with the peer reviews comments. And then then a meeting happens, all of them are analyzed, and then the shortlisting decisions are reached. After that, the shortlisted applications goes through the interview stage. The peer review that is received is provided to everyone who has submitted a full application so that they are able to use those comments for their future proposals. And then the fellowship is awarded. This whole process takes around 10 months from preliminary application to fellowship award. Okay. Do we have any questions here? In which part of the... See, at preliminary application, if see, okay, if you have one fellowship, so if as you reach the last year of that fellowship, if you are holding a early career fellowship, so as you reach the last year of fellowship, you can apply for an intermediate. That is fine, but we also have a dual fellowship policy. You cannot hold two fellowships at one time. Yes. So if you have any other fellowship ongoing and you have been awarded an India Alliance fellowship, to activate the India Alliance fellowship, you will have to resign from your fellowship that you are currently holding. Yes. Yes. No. They are shortlisted for the interview, and people who go to clear the interview are awarded. Yeah. So that's another screening process. Shortlisted people go into interview, and then interviewed people are who clear the interview are awarded. Peer review is for peer review, we choose scientists from around the world who are working and in that proposal's domain exactly, and we get their peer reviews. Okay. Then those peer reviews are added to the application and provided to the committee members. The committee that India Alliance have, you can see the list on the website. So then our committee goes through the application, goes through the peer review and give their own comments. Then there is a shortlisting meeting where they sit together and they shortlist applications for interview. Then the interview is conducted by the committee panel. There is some difference in the members who are present at shortlisting and who are present at interview. So there's some difference there, but those are India Alliance committee panels who are present in both these steps.
So this interview is based on presentation. Like the shortlisted person has to present the proposal.
Yeah, you will have to come with a presentation and present in front. It's an in-person interview. The whole committee is present. You present your proposal, and then the discussion starts. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So what makes an application strong? These are just some pointers, not the rule book. So motivation. Our committee is very pro science. They want to see good science. So your motivation towards your science should come through your grant, through the application that you are putting through. Scientific productivity, publications, the number of outreach, presentations, oral, poster presentation, mentoring, all of these are considered. Important biomedical question and feasible research plan. These are very important. They even see how deep you are thinking through. If you are saying you are collecting samples from this place and coming to this place, they'll see what's the distance. Will your samples be all right through that distance? That kind of depth they go into each proposal. The demonstration of ownership of the idea, availability of expertise. It's like it should be your idea. Even though you have collaborators in that field, as Somo was saying in the morning, you need to know what they are doing and what can be the, say, risks present, or like what can be the loopholes there, and you need to be aware. You cannot leave things on collaborators. And if, you need to make sure that the required expertise is there in your application through your collaborators or anyone. Then good grantsmanship. I think that was covered today a lot. I won't go into that. Supportive letters. Letter of support. You should ask the people who are providing you support letters to be detailed about their experience with you, the kind of interactions that you have had with them. They can give examples and detail about like anything that they liked to be working with you. Willingness to move out of comfort zones. This is something like for early careers, we try to get them out of their thesis environment. Then what kind of work that you are doing and how you are taking it to the next level, that is seen. And justification for your choices. If you are choosing something, like you are choosing a host institution for your fellowship, you need to be able to defend that why this place is the best for your proposals. Now we move to grants programs, further from the fellowships. So we have a team science grant. So team science grants were launched to foster interdisciplinary collaborative research that addresses an important health challenge for India. So these are high risk, high reward grants. You need to have a team. You need to have a team in place to be able to address that health challenge from all perspectives and put forward a strong proposal. It's highly competitive, and like recently we got a proposal for a malaria vaccine. That proposal had various institutions from India, including virologists and all sorts of disciplines. And those people had a solid plan for that vaccine, and they proved to the committee that they can make it possible. They had clinicians, they had researchers, they had scientists. Everyone is there in place to make that grant possible. And each and every detail of that proposal was thought through. Then we have clinical and public health research centers. These grants are to establish a research-oriented virtual center that aims to improve clinical and public health research ecosystems in India. So these centers, they take a important clinical or public health problem that they are trying to address, and they basically create a virtual center where they are collaborating with different clinicians and clinician researchers, and creating an ecosystem where they can promote more clinician scientists to be developed. This grant also has this clinical research training program where they can hire physician scientists, like to develop physician scientists. They can hire students to do PhD in this program, and those are funded by India Alliance. additional to the cost given for the CRC grant. So clinical research training program is not a standalone program that comes under the Clinical and Public Health Research Center grant itself. So if I go into the nitty-gritties of team science grants, so as I told, it is to foster interdisciplinary collaborative research. In this, to apply, you need one lead principal investigator who is the head of the team, and minimum two principal investigators, co-PIs, are required. Then the lead PI should have PhD or MD or MBBS MS or MPH or equivalent, with at least 5 years of independent research experience. That means 5 years of experience running an independent research group. Co-PIs, the eligibility degrees are same, but they can have 3 years of independent experience running a research lab. There is no bar on age or nationality, but the PI must be based in India. That's a must, because India Alliance does not give funds to any institution outside India. It will only send funds to inside India. These grants have a budget of 10 crores for a duration of 5 years. The funds requested can be used to hire staff, purchasing equipment, research supplies, and even you can hire research managers on your grant for coordination through different host institutions. And so in this, it is also a mandate that more than two team members cannot be from the same institution. It needs to be a multiple institution grant. So if you are a 3-member team, maximum 2 can be from a single institution and 1 needs to be from other. Minimum 2 institutions should participate in a team science grant. In clinical and public health research centers, so this is to establish research-oriented virtual centers. Indian institutions in collaboration with global partners can apply. Even in team science grants, co-PIs can be from anywhere in the world. It's not necessary co-PIs are to be from India. But the PI has to be from India. That is a mandate. And same up to 10 crores of funding for a 5-year project. In this, you can hire new clinical and public health researchers, purchasing equipment and research supplies, maintaining clinical and population cohorts, training early career clinicians in research, strengthening research ecosystem by hiring research managers. Funds can be used in all 3 domains. CRTP, which is the Clinical Research Training Program that comes under the Clinical and Public Health Research Center. So this is to develop physician scientists to strengthen clinical research in India. Indian institutions apply for CRC in collaboration with other eligible partners. So in CRTP, you are creating a PhD program for students with MBBS or BDS with a clinical degree, and you design a program which can be inter-institutional. It's a PhD program, and you get 50 lakhs for each fellowship for each person that is getting the CRTP. So these funds, if you have applied for a CRC grant, which is 10 crores, and you are requesting for 2 CRTP, which is 2 clinical research training program fellows. So then you will get 1 crore more, 50 lakhs for each of those, additional to the funds for the CRC grant. So the program would fund 3 to 4 year mentored research training fellowships for medical graduates. And the training, this is to provide training in research design, ethics, and statistical analysis through mentored research training. This is our current footprint since 2019 till now. We have different teams across India working in interdisciplinary domains, and our footprint around the world is increasing. The institutions outside India that are involved. So one of the co-PIs is from outside India, and they collaborate. And across India, we didn't draw the lines because then it was getting too messed up. So we are only showing outside collaborations in this map. So we have completed grants. Are there any questions? Otherwise, I'll be moving through the research management initiative of India Alliance. For team science grants, it's the same 10%. Yes. Okay, yes. Okay, they are telling we have to go for a tea break. After that, I can continue with the research management initiative, and then we'll be done. Thank you. Okay, I hope everyone is back. We have only some very few slides left. These are on the India Research Management Initiative, that is IRMI, by India Alliance. So IRMI is something new for India, that India Alliance took an initiative. And this is very less prominent at the moment. It's not present in many institutions. And it mainly aims to strengthen the institutional ecosystems by facilitating setup of research management systems. We are seeing one research management system at Amity who are organizing this workshop. So we provide funding, training, and mentoring for research management through 3 programs that we have in this category. Okay. Yeah. So IRMI initiative was launched in 2018 when India Alliance realized the gaps that are there in institutional research support. In other countries, mainly research-oriented countries, you'll see a very strong research management system in every research institution. And they are 10 years ahead of us in this, and we are still in India struggling to make different institutions realize the need for research management systems. So IRMI was launched to support research institutions and research managers in India and build local knowledge and leverage international expertise. In other countries, they are so advanced in research management, they have proper conferences and workshops on research management itself. They have a very strong and very large research managers community, which we are also trying to build in India. And IRMI is a flagship program, and it basically to fund community activities which can enhance research managers' support and their knowledge to build a better research system in India. Because if you see in Indian institutions, the scientists themselves are doing everything. They are trying to write the proposal, they are trying to do the budgeting, they are trying to deal with the admin staff, they are trying to deal with the finance staff, they have to take the bills themselves, do everything on their own. It's like you get less time for research and more time goes, or more brain power goes into handling all these things that you need to remember and do. So if you would have a research manager in your institution, they can help you and they can create structures that can make these process easier. So in India, recently we have very strong research offices being developed. We have very strong one in ISC Bangalore. We have very strong in NCBS. Even in Allahabad, Ahmedabad University is building one. And they are even making these process, they are creating their own in-house software systems for all these process. They are even launching in-house funding opportunities for intramural funds for as a competition between their faculty and giving funds through those systems. So that is also building on their internal inside institution collaborations, which also is very important for good science. Collaboration is majorly important for science, and it is fostering that. So we give 3 types of funding in our India Research Management Initiative. First is to encourage networking, which is through research management travel grants. So RM travel grants support research managers towards travel to international conferences and learning opportunities. We have very prominent research managers conferences like INORMS, IRMA, and many more. So you get 6 months duration in which you can avail this grant. And it's a 3 lakh grant where you go to the conference and come back. Then to augment research management initiative, we give RM grants. This is research management grants which support enhancing the existing research management office at your institution. This is a 1-year grant of 10 lakhs. And third is research management fellowships, which are for developing a research management office in your institution. This is a 3 years grant of 19 lakhs. So if I go through the nitty-gritties of each of these, so research management travel grants are to support the cost of attending in-person and virtual conferences or workshops in the area of research management. The eligibility is, we have a IRMI network where you can register yourself. You have to be a member of this network, and you need to be employed as a research manager at your institution. And you have to have a minimum of 3 years of experience in research management. For research management fellowships, these are mentored fellowship. We have a very strong mentoring system at India Alliance where we would guide you through any problem that you are facing at your institution in setting up of your research management office. And we have mentoring sessions every month in this category. And so this is to support the creation of a centralized research office at the host institution and implemented mainly via research management fellow recruited for this process. So the host institution hires a research management fellow, and then that person and the host institution both make this application to us for this fellowship. So as I told before, this is a 3 years fellowship with 19 lakhs. See, there has to be a sponsor to sign to India Alliance costing policies. So that's a requirement. The fellowship is put forward by the, as you said, now fellowships are given to institutions which don't have an existing research management office. So the people in the host institution.
So we have a research section. So do you consider that a research management office, something like that?
That will depend on what kind of activities your research center is doing. And see, if you have an existing research office, but they are not giving you pre-award and post-award support in handling your grants and fellowships. So that is something new that you want to add.
Or it can be, it can be a better way of doing that. Maybe they are not doing the way it should be done. And so this can be, fellowship can be applied for.
See, this is a very specific question to your case. I think it's best can be asked on an email to us. You can ask us that this is the current situation, if I'll be eligible. Because IRMI is going, this competition is going to be launched in the next month or so. So you can...
Will be open next month.
Yeah, probably, because we are waiting for approval from our funders regarding the launch of this.
Okay, yeah,
So-
thank you. I will get in touch with you.
Yeah, sure. So the third one is research management grants. So this is to support the expansion of existing services via a research office. So this might be more suitable. So in this can also be used for creating new national resources, supporting learning visits in the area of research management to other institutions, supporting research manager network events, and for collaborating research management projects. So this is a 1-year grant of 10 lakhs, where you are expanding the services of your research office. So this is the current footprint of India Alliance Research Management Initiative. We have RM fellowships in all these institutions, which you can see on your, right, and RM grants. So if you can join the India Alliance Research Management Network from our website, both institutions and individuals need to be registered in India Alliance Research Management Network for you to apply in any of these schemes. So our footprint is increasing. We have increasing number of members in this. And you get a lot of emails and information regarding the research management, if there are any job openings or any events ongoing. So all those come if you are a member of this network, you will get those emails regularly. So with this, I am concluding my presentation. These are our contact details. For any queries regarding any of our grants and fellowships, you can write to us at info@indiaalliance.org. If you want to conduct such workshops at your institution, then you can write to us at workshops@indiaalliance.org. And for any media related, thing you want to tell us or communicate, then communications@indiaalliance.org. Thank you. I hope you found this fulfilling and you gained something. And if there are any questions, we are open.
For the IRMI, institute has to be applicant or individual has to be?
Actually, both the institution and that person together write the application. There are some questions which are to be answered by the applicant and some questions that are to be answered by the institution. So inputs from both are required to complete the application.
And the individual must be employed in that host institutes, right?
Must be, or there should be some communication. Like maybe they are not employed. Initially, they might be getting their salary from this grant, and then, but the institution is telling us that they will be employed if they are afforded, or they will absorb them in the system. We need confirmation of that.
Okay.
So
that may increase the chance of getting that type of fellowship for the individual, right?
Yeah. So this also creates an opportunity for research managers to be hired in institutions.
So in that case, your fellowship will be given to the individual, and institute has will not have any financial, obligation. Like whatever the fellowship you will award or grant you will award, that will be given to the individual for
Yes.
resource management.
Yes.
And that's financial things will not be like.
See, the money always goes to the institution.
Yeah, okay.
But it's the fellowship of that person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I
Yeah.
got it.
Yes. See, this travel grant is only for research management conferences, not for any other. And these are 6 month duration. In that, actually, we know the timings of these conferences, which are the main ones, which people go to. So our timeline is defined according to that. So you can choose which 6 months. We have 2 slots. For one in the beginning of year, one in the end of the year. You can choose which 6 months and you go to any conference in that duration. Yes. Okay. Any more questions? Okay, then I'll be here. We are around here if you have any burning questions. Thank you everyone for your constant support and engagement with us. We have had a very engaging sessions here and we hope you all benefited and we see a lot of applications from all of you. Thank you very much. If you are working for human and animal health well-being, then you can apply to us. We look forward to interdisciplinary grants. So you can have an engineering background and you can combine it with biology and apply to us. Why not? Thank you, Isha, for giving the insights about the opportunities which are being offered by India Alliance. So with this, we conclude the 2 days science communication and grant writing workshop. And I hope there are a lot of takeaways for all the participants through the sessions. And I hope you will act as an ambassador of this workshop and disseminate the information as well as your learnings within your peer group. Now we come towards the certificate distribution, and I request Ms. Shefali Kashyap and Ms. Isha Goyal, Ms. Hemashri, Dr. Soumya Das to come forward for the distribution of the certificates. Today, we are marking the presence of Honorable DG CSIR in the campus, and our Honorable Founder President has also joined us. So, all the dignitaries are occupied there. They have to mark their presence there. So, we are making it very quick and crisp. And we request you all that after this, you can join that session also if it is feasible for you. And DG CSR has requested CSR participants to kindly join the inaugural session. She would like to meet all of you. The participants from CSR Labs. Fine. After this, we will share one feedback form to your email IDs. I just request, it's a humble request that kindly share your feedback about this 2 days workshop.
I request Dr. Gayatri Sharma to come forward and collect the certificate, followed by Dr. Surbhi Sinha.
Ma'am, there is a question.
Yes, sir.
Before starting the workshop,
We did not receive it, to the email. So in case if anybody has prepared or anybody is willing to prepare. Okay, okay. No. Yeah. Okay, okay. 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 So,
Okay. So the write-up was basically given because there were certain exercises we thought that we would do, but because the material was been shared the day before we arrived here. Uh, so I thought that maybe so we thought that most of you might not have prepared on it, but then if you guys have already prepared, it is really good for us. Kindly submit it to us. We will look at it. We'll review it, and if you need any input over the write-up which you have prepared, kindly mention it on the top that you need some comments or review on it. We will certainly. It would be really actually nice that all the grant advisors can go through it, look at it. We can give our inputs in it, and we will inform Safali about whatever like changes we or anything which we can recommend from our side. Sure, we will do that. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for raising it.
also another point you. So, regarding the workshop, we already have a feedback form that will be shared with you, and I'll share some materials and some other exercises that you can, that will help you all to know more about it, and it can be forwarded in the same email. I'll. Yeah. I cannot say about the presentations as of now because usually we are instructed not to share our presentations because we do put some of our, some of our own insights into it, which is then without the person, as I said, it would be construed as something else. So we are told not to share our presentations, but all the sources, all the, things that are related to those, I can definitely share a list related to all the topics that we have discussed here today.
thank you, ma'am. Whatever resource material can be shared, because in a workshop we look for the resource material, and some of the presentation, if it has something bearing with the institution, you can just omit them, and rest of the thing which helps us, because lots of people we see taking photographs of the content. So it is, once it is in public forum, then it is circulated. So some of it you can obviously circulate in a soft copy.
Sure.
Thank you.
We'll mail you with whatever we.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other query, please? I think we are done with this session. Isha, finally, we can conclude the IT.
Yeah. So I request Dr. Gayatri Sharma to collect the certificate, followed by Dr. Surbhi Sinha. Now I request Dr. Anupama Bhattacharjee, Dr. Barsa Priyadarshini Rao, Dolamani Amat, Doyal Ghoshal, Dr. Prachin Kumar Rajesh Rao, Zafar Khalek Lon, Jay Kumar Patil, Kamalpreet Kaur, Narun Gambhir, Neelam Upadhyay, Ms. Neha Kware, Niharika Rao, Prachi Tiwari, Pritish Kumari, Priyanka Jha, Rajan Mahendra, Ravi Ranjan Saxena, Ravindra Purushottam, Rupesh Srivastava, let's keep uploading for all the certificate awardees. Sabita Yadav, Shefali Pal, Shikha Mathur, Shivani Chaudhary. Yes, please keep uploading. Shweta Dikshit, Tanu Shiva, Tanushri, Zuhaib Ahmad Siddiqui, Ankit Yadav, Vinita Menani, Syed Shah Arif Hussain, and Dr. Ravindra Dubey. How much? Meanwhile, I request Jagrati Tyagi to come forward. Who all are present from Jamia Hamdard? From JNU? Anybody from JNU? Shikari, I think she's from JNU. Jagrati Tyagi. बस अभी meeting उसके बाद. रूपक मुखोपाध्याय. Dr. Lakshmi Kairola. Yogita Adlakha. G. Karthikeyan. Shruti Khanna Ahuja. Arundam Pramanik. Dhananjay Suresh Gaikwad. Rashi Bhardwaj. Smriti Sharma. Please keep applauding. Priyanka Jain. Subhash Chandra. Shweta Saraswat. Kirti Saxena. Dr. Mrs. Sushmita Shukla. Kalpana Nagpal. Surbhi Dabral. Shikha Chauhan. Nilanjana Basu. Indu Singh. Adarsh Kumar. Devlina Das Pramanik. Mohammad Adil Faiz. Nidhi Chaudhary. Ashutosh Srivastava. Jitu Sharma. Kem Rupa Sharma. Mariam Saraswat. Avinash. Swati Madan. Neha Mathur. Manish Dwivedi. Rahul Gupta. Participants from ICMR labs. Who all are the participants from ICMR? From IIT Delhi. IIT Delhi. Nitin Srivastava. Anuradha Seni. Ayana Bhaduri. Bhuvnesh Yadav. Deepak Kumar. I request all the participants to keep uploading your peers. Dibyani Burman. Banashri Bandopadhyay. Ramanpreet Walia. Participants from Hriday Foundation. Participants, any one of you from Hriday Foundation? Shaheen Hussain. VK Shukla. May I request all the participants who have collected the certificates kindly proceed for the high tea. Dr. Sunil Kumar. Rashi Tyagi. Rashi Tyagi. Raya Bhattacharya. Pashupati Pratima. Prabnoor Seni. Okay. Yeah, sure. So you can take it along with you. Vikesh Kumar Shukla. Sumit Kumar. I request all the participants that you may like to follow our science outreach page at LinkedIn by the name Amity Science and Technology Outreach Program. Thank you for being a wonderful audience, and I hope you thoroughly enjoyed this 2-day science communication workshop. Thank you so much, one and all.
इनका कैमरा करो